I don't have anything funny to say for this video, but apparently if you just say, for the boys...
I had to pick up my prescription at the drugstore. I remember it's the first time that I realized I'm getting old and life is a nightmare. I'm getting old, I just found my first gray hair. Nobody cares cause all the kids in today's pop scene were born after 1999. 1999. I will say goodbye, I'm getting older all the time, and no, I'm not as relevant. My old songs are pretty sweet. Please don't mind what I'm trying to say, cause I like the nostalgia when I hear you. Tell me my band is here to stay, even though we don't wanna change. Modern musicians really freaking blow.
I am Will Kincaid, the Lighthouse Hermit. It is very cold down here, is what I'm saying. And so I'm dressed like a fucking Eskimo, although I don't think we're supposed to say that anymore. Hold on. Focus. Yes, perfect. And Ray's here. I'll let Ray in. Hi.
Salutations.
Hey, what's going on, Charlotte?
Oh, you know.
Hey, chat's here as well. Look at that. We got Boki, we got Shep, we got Jesse. What's going on? Christian Carpenter, also. Other assorted people in the audience tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, I heard Tim Pool's even there.
Who the fuck is that? People keep saying that fucking name to me, and I don't know who the fuck that is. Anyway, Carlbot will be here soon. But you wanted to say something about patience? I think we were talking about that this week or something like that.
Patience?
Or
I know I messaged you about wanting to put out like a positive message. I don't know if that's
okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm talking about. I don't know. I got fucking snake AIDS moved to my brain, and it's terminal.
I'd rather start that off when Smokey's here, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's cool. That's all right. We're gonna have to filibuster for like another 10 minutes. But
okay. Well, yeah, I got a Bible verse I was gonna bring up with what I was gonna talk about. So, yeah, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. It's pretty easy to understand.
We have a lot to talk about. We're gonna talk about the praise thing. It's changed again.
Oh,
I think it's changed even since I talked to you last. I didn't have time to get everyone up to date on what's going on with the praise situation.
That's okay. He's a nobody anyway.
Well, we gotta wait for Smokey to get here to get into it. Also, I cut a new ad for Coffee Brand Coffee.
Hell yeah. Nice.
And it's not as jank as the last one. You know, some of my best work I do on my phone when I'm taking a shit. You ever
I feel that. Yep, I get it.
Like
the thoughts I have.
My best thinking. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but
it's the release.
Never mind.
Bro.
We don't have
You're letting go of control.
We don't have to wait 20 minutes after all. Here he is.
Is that the secret police?
Yeah, I'm here and I'm listening and I'm also doing other things. So I'm here, but I'm not fully here, but I am here. So
Can I ask you a quick question, Smokey?
Sure, Ray, go for it.
Do you know what Matthew 17:20 is?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. I was just curious if you did. That's one that I was going to talk about here in a minute.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I am here and I am listening. I'm just not going to interact immediately, but I'm going to do a few other things, but I am here.
Okay. I think you'll like it.
God. Son of a bitch. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll read that out.
You need it a little bigger? Is that good?
No, it's perfect.
All right, perfect.
he replied, "Because you have so little faith, truly I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you."
That is so weird that you brought that up, because I literally dropped that on Praise not last night, but the night before. That is my favorite Bible verse.
It's a good one. It's very powerful.
That's why when you said that, I was like, oh shit, he's about to say the thing. Say the line, Bart.
Yeah. Basically, stop being a pussy and understand that if God has kept you alive until now, then you can probably do something. And you can probably do a lot more than what you think you can.
I've gone full mask off. What it means is that even the smallest amount of faith is enough to do literally anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's exactly what you meant, but that's what I got out of it. I don't know if Smokey has a different take.
I mean, kudos for bringing this up, and I appreciate it, the reading it kind of on its face at a certain type of blatant literalism that's kind of equivalent with a basic Sunday school. But I
wow,
be sure.
Shit.
Well,
okay.
Well,
what about 9:29?
Let me. Do you want to hear what I have to say to this?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Fuck
ahead.
You, Will. Let him talk.
I want to mushroom stamp you, you bastard. You're so beautiful. Go ahead.
So, an important thing to understand, and I don't even have time to go into all of this, but understanding the exact substance, nature, and essence of faith is actually the key to a proper extrapolation of this passage. And faith, if anything, is basically an essential quality of the Godhead. So it's basically a natural underlying current in our reality that is our connection to the divine. It is the bridge between man and God. So the important thing to understand about a passage like this is not that, like, if you look at a mountain and say move and it doesn't move means you have no faith, which is how some people would look at this and extrapolate it. But what you need to understand is that faith is directly in constant alignment to whatever the will of God is. So the real appropriate way to look at what the nature of faith is that faith, in order for it to even exist, has to be in perfect actualized alignment with the living God. And if it's actualized to him, it's actualized to his will. I could go a lot deeper into this, even through the realm of divine simplicity, to kind of explain this even deeper. But the key factor is, the key takeaway from this is, yes, even the tiniest a bit of faith is able to accomplish anything in reality as long as it is in direct alignment with God's perfect will.
I think that's a really interesting way that you described it that I completely agree with, because what you might perceive is how you want things to happen, and what your faith is, you're believing for things to happen, isn't necessarily what God wants to happen. And
exactly. And to make it even a finer point, Ray, faith itself would not exist without God. Therefore, the very nature of what it is requires itself to be in perfect alignment with him, including what would be his nature and his will. So if you can imagine that there is a miraculous scenario before you about to unfold, something that is maybe outside of the typical natural order, you can believe it's going to happen regardless if you believe it is within the alignment of God's will. And it's your faith in God himself, which, again, without God, there is no faith. And with no faith, there is no passage like this. And there certainly is no power. So the faith is basically the actualization of our connection to God, not only to know his will, but then to also act upon it. So if you have a miraculous scenario in front of you, you can trust that it is going to happen. You can have faith that it is going to happen if it's going to be within the alignment of God's will. And therefore, your faith basically connects you with God and his will, and therefore the things that you will that align with his will happen.
So, let's see, Josiah, you're about to get one because I actually want to talk about this. I'm so glad that Ray brought this up.
Can you open Hebrews 11:1?
I am.
Faith is a substance. Faith. I got that one memorized. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Yes.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Right,
yeah,
so
he got the NIV. We got the NIV pulled up, but yes, that is the KJV, I think. So along with that, Matthew 9:29. Then he touched her eyes, saying, "According to your," then he touched their eyes and saying, "According to your faith, be it unto you." And then Luke 8:43 to 48. Now there was a woman who had been suffering from hemorrhages for 12 years, and though she had spent all those years, and though she had spent all she had on physicians, no one could cure her. She came up behind Jesus and touched the fringe of his clothes, and immediately her hemorrhages stopped. And I think all four of those passages that we just read pretty much encapsulate how I feel about that in general, about faith in God. Like, for example, the hemorrhaging woman was cured of her hemorrhages, not because Jesus's clothes were magic, but because she believed that it would. That is functionally how faith operates. So that's neat. I enjoyed it. It kind of leans into, is that fucking praise and olive Q?
Yes, it is.
Oh wow, that's hateful. Speaking of,
gross. Okay.
Ew.
Oh no!
Anyway,
listen, hang on, time out. You're not gonna talk shit about my internet mom and get away with it. So from this point on, we said we were spit roasting a faggot, so I'm here to spit roast a faggot. Let's go.
Yeah. So wait. So about that, that's what I wanted to. You missed part of the beginning of the stream. The plans have changed yet again. So
God damn it.
Well, okay. Well, no. Yeah, see, I haven't updated.
Will, it's real shitty that you didn't have a communication with Q prior to this stream to now say what you're about to say just directly over the air. If you fuck up, I'm going to do my rant. I'm going to do the rant I wanted to do that you didn't want me to do.
Okay, yeah.
So like tread carefully because I'll
Do I need to change my avatar? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you just keep that for a minute, I guess. We had a ceasefire. So some of you everyone in the cult knows that Praise backed out of the debate with Smokey. There was going to be a debate
because he went to go suck Standing for Truth's cock. That's why
he was challenged. Calm down. He was challenged by Praise to a debate on his what kind of heresy was it? Works-based salvation heresy.
He challenged me to defend what he described as works-based salvation.
Hang on. Let me correct the fucking statement because Will, you're saying it wrong. This is what he said. I challenged that pussy Smokey to a debate. Yeah,
yes,
the pussy
I forgot about that
because
pussy.
he's the little bottom bitch that went to go suck off Standing for Truth instead of taking on a real debater.
Wait, hold on. So he issued that debate challenge, and I went in at 4:00 in the morning his time because I was at work, and I said, "All right, Wednesday," and he's like, "All right, bet." The next day, less than 24 hours later, he didn't even say no. The dude and Olive said no for him. Now, I could pull that up. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but I do have it. You can just take my word for it, and if anybody challenges me on that, I will just go get it. It's on my phone saved. Anyway, fast forward. I sent him... Oh, what the fuck? Why are you in here twice? Oh, nice. I have to share my screen here real quick. I sent him an email that was basically like, this is the too long didn't read version. I'm disappointed that you are apparently not a man, because I thought you were in charge of your own channel, and that's very disappointing. I thought we were having a debate. So then he said, well, I'll kick everyone out of the room. You come in and we'll have a talk like adults, because you're right, I'm in charge of my own channel, which, okay, cool. So that's where we're picking up now, and then I will explain what's happening from here, what the options are, and where we're going. So here it is.
Will, if you want to come talk, I'm going to put everyone in the back, and me and Will are going to have a little discussion here. Okay, here he is.
Okay, audio good for everybody? Because I want everyone to hear. Hello?
Yeah, we're good. I can hear it.
All right, cool.
So
Fucking
don't
pussy.
stay in the back. We're going to talk. All right. What's up, Will?
I don't know why I got what happened last time, but I'm here now.
So I would like to talk to Smokey too. Before we have a discussion on Wednesday, I want to talk to him what exactly, because I want to try to get this at least organized or structured in some sense, because I just want to come into a room not even knowing.
Well, that's what I was gonna. Well, I talked to him today about like the format of the debate before I sent you an email, because I saw that you had challenged him to a debate, and there was like a comment or something. I don't know. It got sent to me, so I was like, okay, then I guess we're having a debate. So I was like, okay, Wednesday in your chat at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Now yesterday, because it's 1 for me, so that means it's after midnight for you.
Right.
It's like 4 o'clock your time, and I thought we were on. So
yeah, well, I to me it is still on. I just have to corroborate it somehow, because the way you made it sound like it was just going to be on a whim. We're just going to be just talking to each other right out of the blue or something, and to me,
wait, time out. Pause this shit. Nah. We're not gonna let this little Down syndrome
at least if we have
faggot
some type of
fucking lie. We're not gonna let this little Down syndrome ass faggot have a fucking lie.
Well, I'll tell you where. Wait. I'll tell you where he gets this idea, because in this stream, Olive and Dude start telling him about some master plan that I had, that Cheryl and some other fucking guy. Was it?
Wait, but
is
he
it
said
Bill or Bob? I think it's Bob or something. I don't even know who the fuck Bob is.
But I want to correct what you just said. He
like
said
it was going to be an ambush or something.
No, he said, Ray said, this little fucking inbred faggot from Oklahoma said that you made it sound like this was going to happen on a whim when he was the one that challenged Smokey to a fucking debate. That is true. I might be autistic. I might be a little retarded myself, but I know how to fucking read.
It's not like it's not like Smokey is one to turn down a debate. Like,
yes, because unlike Praise, who sucks both dudes and his sister's cock,
you're forcing me to have to say what I have to say. Will, when you guys are done, you're gonna have to let me now do my thing.
I'm going. Well, once this is done, okay. I'll tell you what. This is how it's. Wait. This is.
You know what?
I'm gonna let you say it, but it has to be in this order. I'm gonna play the rest of this conversation. It goes on for about 8 minutes.
Fine. When you guys are done, you need to get.
I think, yes, actually, I'll let you say what you're gonna say, and then I'll offer the thing that we talked about.
I wasn't gonna even actually really talk about this at all, and even if you brought it up, I was gonna kind of, just let you. Deal with it and kind of glance to it. But you fuckers have run your mouth so much. Now I have to say something.
See, Smokey, I'm your anger translator, right? So that's why I'm here.
I'm picturing Q as the little red monster from that horrible animated movie.
You know something, when I come to visit you, I've got 101 recipes for parakeet.
Inside Out, that's the one. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
No, so like I said,
I hate those birds so much.
So like I said, this little sister dick sucker. what's funny is like he claims that Smokey isn't a man and he's all this shit, but yet you have to suck your sister's dick and some other dude that runs your own fucking
Christ.
channel. So who's really the man in charge of your fucking channel?
I told you to fucking.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lean back when somebody attacks someone that's fucking had my back since she met me. This man can actually choke on a fucking 12 gauge slug.
We're gonna get to that. It comes up in this conversation. It comes up.
Structure or something that makes a whole difference.
You made a debate challenge. I said okay, and then then you're like, you can moderate it. And I even said this morning, or yesterday morning now, I guess, I was like, I'm the best. I'm the best moderator. I know all the best moderators. They say I'm the best, frankly. So I thought we were.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the breath. Yeah. Well, again, you don't have me for too long because I'm on a smoke break. Got about 5 minutes left.
So I want to narrow the debate topic down a little bit because OSAS or.
Well, I took your challenge. You're challenging his works-based salvationist, so that puts him on the back foot. So the burden of proof is on him. Is that
right?
Fine.
That's fine. No, that's okay. So that does kind of specify.
My only problem now with doing this Wednesday is that originally I had a show plan, right? Because it's every week Wednesday at 9:00. It's the same. It's been the same forever, and so I had a show plan, and then you were like, "Oh, I want to debate Smokey," so I was like, "Okay," and then it's like, "Okay, debate," and then the dude and Oliver were like, "No, that's not happening." So I was like, "Okay, I guess that's not happening now." So back to the original plan. So now this will be like a third time that I'll have to change it. Because so no debate tonight, obviously, fellers. Not tonight. But
no, he's currently sucking off Standing for Truth right now because
yes, I saw Gru Lady sent me the screenshot that he has a debate scheduled for, let's see, today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
What in the fuck is with all these cringe ass names that these people have when they think there's some big fucking prophet like Messiah dude, like Praise I Am was standing for truth? Like, what the fuck are you standing for? How are you truth?
Actually, I never thought about it. To be honest with you, Ray's not wrong. In fact, I've found that most people with the most extreme or zealous of religious names tend to be actually the worst human beings. And
that's the Wizard of Oz, man.
Here, I'll break it down. I'll break it down for you.
The fucking curtain.
I'll break it down for you. They like the taste of their own cock, and they're not actually Christians.
These dudes would be in the fucking Catholic Church, fucking diddling boys, diddling little fucking choir.
Yeah. What's really funny? What's really fucking funny? Right, is Praise was in the chat saying Smokey ain't this, Smokey ain't that, he's a fucking pedophile. But yet you ran from a fucking debate to go fucking do another debate on someone else's channel, you fucking pussy. How does it feel to have your sister be the boss of you? How does it feel to get cucked on your own channel by another fucking man, you faggot?
He probably.
I hope you eat slugs.
People were very angry about this, Praise. I know it's gonna come up. I know. Probably Olive is watching, fist clenched, knuckles gray with tension.
I hope your mom falls down the fucking stairs, you fag.
Jesus Christ, Quentin, that's a lot. Holy shit.
Quentin, if I may, though, I have
evil for evil.
Well, hold on. Let me go ahead and say this too, just out of a sense of necessary Christian moral ethics from my own personal experience. Actually, their mother has stood up for me to them on multiple occasions. She is a lovely woman.
Then I take that back. I hope you fall down the fucking stairs.
There you go. Yeah, no, his mother is a lovely woman and has actually seen as Praise. I
feel bad about that video.
Yeah, as Praise would loudly proclaim earnestly throughout the corridors, of how awful Smokey was and reprobate and this and that and all this other nonsense. She would catch on to what was happening and what was being said, and she has come to my defense multiple times and chastised praise as much as she is, able to in her current state, and has defended me. So please do show. I would ask to please show some respect to that woman.
Well, hang on. Let me just say this then. Let me say this.
Okay.
To Praise's mom, I'm sorry that you had to give birth to Praise and Olive, and I'm sorry that I said you should fall down the stairs.
Okay.
It's never too late to abort a child. Just saying.
Well, I don't know in Oklahoma. Anyway, I just realized I didn't know any of this about him saying anything nice or about her saying anything nice about Smokey ever or defending him. But now we know if we want to get to Praise and Olive, all we have to do is be like, hey, Praise and Olive's mom name here. Have you seen this video? Here, let me play the audio through the speaker. And
yeah, man. I
didn't know that.
Smokey, when did Praise's mom challenge you to a debate? How'd that go, by the way?
Yeah,
right. God. No, but for real, like this is complete silliness with this whole thing and to begin with. But anyway, so here we go. Let's rock and roll.
We don't have to do it on Wednesday. We can do it another time. There's nothing that's pending on Wednesday that needs to happen. I don't mind. It could be on Friday. It could be next week. It could be next month. I don't care.
Yeah, is the interesting thing. It could be on Friday. He already had this debate scheduled, didn't he? So no, it couldn't be on Friday.
No, I guarantee what happened was Olive bent him over the bed and stuck her cock in him. And it's like, you're not going to go talk to that Will guy. You're going to talk to Standing for Truth because I told you to. And then the dude stuck his dick in his mouth and was like, yeah, do what your sister told you to, you little faggot.
Can you do the Olive impression again? Because it almost sounds like her. Could you just do it one more time?
I don't know if I can do it again perfectly, but Praise, you're gonna go talk to Standing for Truth. Oh yeah, take it in the ass.
Eric Cartman, no, because he's not talking to you, you little prick.
Yeah, he's not talking to you, you little bitch. He's too good for you. We in Oklahoma like to fuck our siblings.
I might be
respect my authority.
Respect my authority.
I might be on civil terms with Praise, but Olive still has not relented.
One other thing too is
hates me.
One other thing too, Praise's memory is so terrible. It was a big thing right before I took off for my sabbatical. I had challenged Standing for Truth for months to debate me on Matthew 7 with his free grace theology. Let's just do Matthew 7. Let's run through Matthew 7. We're going to do our openings. We're going to have, half an hour of cross-examination each side, and we're just going to mesh this the hell out, and we're just going to portray it in truth to the audience, how your theology is completely bankrupt trying to interpret Matthew 7 consistently. And especially Standing, because he's a weak link. He's attached to the Evangelical Grace Society, which is one of the most rabidly insane, heretical, hyper theology groups to ever exist in the last 100 years.
Why does it sound like they all have hoods or something?
You know what I find really funny though, Smokey.
So, but anyway, Praise knows this. Praise knows Standing was running all that time from debating me, and yet Praise somehow in his mind has forgotten all the arguments we discussed and the hours of discord, all the beautiful passages that we put together in tandem to show that free grace can't possibly be a coherent theology. And I step away and look what happens. And he follows.
He also forgot that he used to gobble your dong every fucking chance he got.
Well, the other thing is, I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to out myself a second time because I accidentally the whole truth. But it was funny because he basically implied that he wasn't OSAS. We're going to get to it because there will be.
What you were describing. Yeah, I'm glad we're watching this because what you were describing to me was I literally said to Will at the end of it, after he told me what Praise has said, and I'm like, Praise doesn't even understand what he actually believes. He's confused. He's completely lost.
It's because he's a retard.
He really truly does not connect the dots of anything he believes, and he believes different points at different times. Like he'll keep the primary belief, but he'll keep shifting, justifications and perspectives and arguments, and he doesn't catch when he adopts things that contradict, and it's a mess. I mean, his brain is a mess, William. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited.
What we're referencing is I was texting him I was commenting in his chat. By the way, funny enough, I got a wrench. That's a long explanation.
That's outstanding. By the way,
somebody in his chat was like, "Only free grace saved people are allowed to have a wrench," and then Praise
get out of here, you dirty Jew.
Praise did the funniest fucking thing ever. Oh, by the way, this was after I got banned from chat.
The dude tells Will that he can't have a wrench because only free gracers can, and then Will's next comment has a wrench.
Yeah, Praise gave me a wrench right after that. It was so fucking funny.
Yeah,
it was so funny. That was one of the funniest fucking things that Praise has ever done. Period.
Can I just say real quick?
But I was never. Is this you commenting?
Yo, real quick, I just want to put this out here.
That is not me.
Oh, okay.
Anything I say does not reflect the truce that Will Kincaid has with that fat fucking cocksucker. I came on my own accord, and I am going to talk shit on my own accord. And if Praise has a fucking problem with it, maybe he'll grow a set of balls, take all its cock out of his mouth, and say something to me. Probably not, because he's a fucking broke back pussy.
Well, Q, is there a reason you don't go over to his channel to instigate a confrontation?
Listen, I have enough autism. I don't need to lose a little bit of brain cells I have left listening to that fucking retard talk, let alone his stupid ass sister. So, yeah, I value the brain cells that I have left.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. We have to.
He just wants to throw artillery, and that's fine. I don't know.
You're leaving out the dude. He's gonna get upset.
Don't worry, dude. I'll skull fuck you afterwards because I know your little bitch ass.
Well, the thing is that he got very upset that I dismissed him altogether.
Here's the reason. Here's the reason.
He was very upset.
Yeah, the reason he got upset that you dismissed him was because he thinks that you're taking his little bitch boy, right? Because how dare you take his bottom from him and not address him about it? That's why. He sees you as a threat that isn't Q an atheist. I'm more agnostic than anything. That's just me. But I used to be a Christian.
Give him a break.
I used to be a Christian. And the fucking funny thing is Praise thinks he's this hugely intellectual person. I guarantee you I know more about the fucking Bible than that retard does. And I haven't studied it in over like 5 years.
But let's finish this, and then we have some announcements about this.
Probably have to be next week at the soonest. But just because like 9 o'clock, kids in bed, everyone's asleep, I don't have anything going on.
The reason I said this is because the criticism of me earlier in the night or the previous day, I don't fucking remember, I work so goddamn much, was that I apparently neglect my wife and child, and simultaneously that was from, I think, Olive. It was one or the other, Olive or the dude. And also, I don't stream enough, and that it was constantly like bitching about like how many fucking subscribers I did or didn't have. And they were looking at my main channel, the Will Kincaid channel. Well, that's actually not even my main channel anymore. I don't even really upload there except for backups because fucking YouTube has some kind of spurg fit, and then the whole fucking stream disappears. So I like to have it in a couple different places. But anyway, they were looking at that going like, oh, you're good. I'm literally 2 subscribers away on Cone Club Cult from 1,300. And I know I don't have 16,000 like fucking Praise does, but most of Praise's subscribers are rollover from when he was just re-uploading other people's content. And then what wasn't re-uploaded content fucking farming was Kent Hovind. and his sycophants. I don't even know what kind of terms he's on with Kent Hovind. And also, there was a scandal where he may or may not have either Praise knew about it or he didn't know about it, but Kent Hovind almost certainly, and we checked the fucking data, almost certainly purchased subscribers for Praise because we were comparing it to engagement, and it wasn't. It was not lining up.
Yeah, and plus there was very suspicious immediate jumps of subscriber
what
counts,
was your fucking
like in an exact
clue?
number.
What was the first clue? He has 16,000 subs and 5 people watch his lame ass streams.
He gets about 30.
He gets I saw 30.
And how many of those motherfuckers are there to make fun of him?
Well, that's the thing, is that with 64,000 subscribers or 16 or whatever the fuck it is, you think there would be at least 100 in chat every night.
Is it kind of weird, by the way? Let me ask the panel this. Is it kind of
might
weird?
be the time.
Is it a little bit weird that Praise hasn't asked himself, why does Smokey not come over here anymore and try to convince me or convert me or or
here we go,
or try to get debates? What do you think he ever asks himself? Why does Smokey not just come over here and challenge me and debate me like he did before? What do you think, Will? Will, let me hear your thoughts.
It's not like Smokey really went anywhere. It's just we just reduced the kind of like how much time we were spending
very much
on like
Will
streaming.
trapped in the basement. That's what happened.
I bought
in the basement.
Fucking sorry, now that Eminem song is stuck in my head. Dr. Dre's dead.
Really, truthfully, the 6 months or so that there were no streams at all, both William and I were extremely busy. There was a lot going on for both of us.
Smokey, the reason why the Praise doesn't ask him about why you don't come over anymore is because he's asking, when is dude gonna put lube on his dick, and when is Olive gonna take the peanut butter off? That's
actually servant of Christ. That's actually not true, because Smokey has come in, and it was with Kenny.
True.
We ambushed Praise, and I remember because I was working on the other side of the mountain back then, and so he hasn't. Anytime Smokey has come in, and he's let me in thinking it was Smokey. So no, I don't think that's plausible.
Can I ask something about what you guys said earlier?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Smokey, you mentioned that one of these little fags said something about Matthew 7. They were using that as like a supporting argument for free.
No. I was saying that Matthew 7 destroys their theology.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I was like, it doesn't make any sense if they try to use it, because basically, don't judge by the flower, judge by the fruit.
And especially if you understand that Standing for Truth agrees with the Grace Evangelical Society's core doctrine, which is that you absolutely have to believe in free grace in order to be saved. And you have to specifically believe in the very concept that you indeed absolutely have eternal life in order to get eternal life. So any Christian that doesn't believe that absolute fundamental fact about the free grace theology is cursed and lost.
Hey, this doesn't even make any sense, because it's basically like saying, hey, I deserve a participation award for existing.
Well,
why? Why do you deserve that?
And a part of that core foundation is the fact that once you just believe for a nanosecond, you're locked in forever. You're saved forever. You're locked in.
Or you go that Calvinist route where it's like deterministic, and it's like, well, you can't lose your salvation. Well, what about somebody who's not getting into heaven that said that they profess Christ, but they weren't actually saved? Well, they were never really saved then.
So, Smokey, I want to answer your question that you asked me earlier. Legitimately, you asked me earlier why I don't waste my fucking time on Praise's channel. Here's why. And I have Wilt and like 5 other people to corroborate my story. There were a few fucking times where Praise decided to run his little cocksucker, got himself in some deep shit. And me being the person I used to be when I was just like, all right, fuck this. I'm going to let everybody, I'm going to try to be nice to everyone, because why not, right? So, like, I stuck my neck out for this little retard, and I even, at one point, I bothered Will at a fucking, I think it was like a cookout or some shit. I'm like, hey man, listen.
I don't
want you to do, because this is whenever he decided to put Jesse's
I was at my
dick in his mouth.
mother-in-law's house.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
So, you know, and I one-on-one with Jesse. I was like, hey man, it's not worth it. Let's not fucking carry this on. And like, you know what? I'm gonna say this: Jesse had every right to continue because of what the fuck Praise was saying. Anyway,
I'm glad you're bringing this up, Q. I'm glad you're bringing this up because it came up in this stream. Olive brought this up, said, "Oh, Will had peace once, and look what happened." Do you remember how that piece ended?
Oh yeah, here's exactly what happened, right? So, I wasted like 4 hours of my life. I was like, Will, listen, man, we're going to get you in a stream with Praise. We're going to talk our shit out. You and I are going to be in there. We're going to put this shit to bed. Not 4 hours later, because then after all that, Praise was just like, well, hey, Q, you're part of the LGBTQ community, so you can talk about like what's going on in that community because you're one of them. I was like, I'm not really the whole community, but fuck it, we ball. I'll talk about it. So then he has that little cunt of a fag fucking Jesus is Lord jump in, and instead of actually having a real conversation with me, lets Jill run his fucking mouth about me. And then not 4 hours after the conversation, Olive decided to talk shit about Jesse again. And the original agreement was Will would not fuck with Praise if he shut the fuck up about Jesse. That was the deal. He kept his fucking mouth closed about Jesse. We would leave him alone. And I told Praise, I'm like, listen, dog, this is the last time I'm doing this shit for you because I had to cash in the one favor that I fucking had with Will to keep him from fucking with you. So this is the last time. You fucked this up, I'm done. And I have stuck to that. So now that he's fucking with my internet mom, and one of the only people besides Will and like two others that have had my back since day one, I'm going to make sure every inch of my dick goes down this motherfucker's throat, and then I'm going to make him fucking pay for it.
Yeah, that's basically how it happened was Cheryl and somebody else were running their mouth about Guru Lady this week. And Guru wasn't actually even that bothered by it, which I'm going to bring up in this part.
Oh no! It was also Olive because Olive decided to bring up the fact that
I was getting to that.
Yeah.
Then she picked it up. Olive picked it up from Cheryl, and then they started. Her mom. This I don't know why Olive has any right to talk about anyone taking care of anyone's mom, lest we forget the AI video in question.
Oh yeah. Real quick, can we go back to my screen just real fast? I want to make a point, and then you could go back to your screen.
All right.
Okay, so everybody, we see this. This is Olive grabbing bitch boy Praise's butt because she owns it, and she likes to slide her little schmeat in there. That's all I had to say. Fuck you, Praise. I hope you fall down the stairs, you fucking colossal size cuck.
I thought that was Tim Pool this whole time.
It's not Tim Pool?
Maybe the other one's Tim Pool. I don't know.
Guru wasn't even upset. She thought it was funny. But I know how much Guru has done for people in this community and outside, and for people who
we don't take that shit. We don't take that shit.
Who are connected to Praise, but now I wasn't letting it fucking slide.
No,
because I let him run his mouth at cult members the whole time, and it was like whatever. Because they're all adults in there. There are no children. Everyone's a big boy or big girl. I said, fucking whatever you got to do it. Basement doing his thing and whatever. I had a moratorium. And then I just decided, no, not this time.
And see, I want to point out, I didn't originally know about the fucking Praise versus Guru thing. When I found out, I did what Will asked me to. I didn't say shit.
Right.
So I bit my fucking tongue, and now it's my turn.
All right. So we're gonna play. Ray, did you have something to say?
Forward,
I do have something that I've been thinking about while this has been on the screen. Is I'm pretty sure that in the I am statement that God makes, I am is the least important of the statement. I'm pretty sure that part is the most important. And I say that because it's like I am that, which that would in my head is imply everything. He is everything. I I am everything I am. That part is, I think, what he's implying himself to be, which would, in my head, like I said, be everything.
We will definitely have to circle back to that.
I got something to say. Well, I'll stow it. It's fine. Let's you bring that.
Yeah,
back
I just want to get through this.
Bring that back around later, Ray. I want to say something to that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
On with the video.
I come off overnight shifts, so I have to adjust. So if I go to bed at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, that's why 9 o'clock works the best for me on Wednesdays. Because work is over at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I have regular adult dad shit to do. So It's like, yeah. Kid doesn't have school. He goes to school like 2 days a week because he's in preschool. So
Gotcha.
that's why it's like always Wednesday. So
sure. So just set it for another Wednesday when then you feel like you're comfortable. You can, and maybe if you can promote it, so at least I know when the a debate itinerary or something that
so I get a little bit of
prepared
attention
for,
because
like
I'm an
opening
attention-craving
times,
faggot.
rebuttal.
Okay, so I think this is about as far as I want to take it. There's more, but nothing of consequence that I haven't already discussed.
That the original Peace Treaty comes up.
Praise, we can do everything that you wanted to do, right? You can debate Smokey. We can discuss format. But before I offer you my alternative, Smokey wanted to say something, and I'm just gonna let him fucking say it because it's been burning a hole in his fucking ass for a hot minute now. So I'm just gonna let him go off the chain and just have at it for like a hot minute.
President Smokey, you have the floor.
Well, no, I want to finish this thing here. What we're doing.
It is finished. That's as far as we're.
Oh, what happened to all was the other stuff you talked about in chat or something like that?
Yeah, what about the
other stuff we talked about was in chat. It would be very difficult for me to find.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
I'm going to find it later on. I'm keeping it in my pocket
because that was the theology side of it.
Yeah, I didn't want to out myself a second time.
Okay, all right.
But they know that we know that they know that we know. So it is what it is. I wasn't like planning on talking about.
I wasn't planning on saying what I'm about to say either, honestly, for the sake of. Well, see, because I don't care anymore. So let's just go ahead and
quit and say it all for you.
Let's just put it all out. I'm just gonna put it all out there, and I'm gonna say what I have to say and what I feel I need to say, and what is efficacious to Christian morality and my observations, and certainly my attitude towards praise, and why it is the way that it is, and why I don't go over there and argue with them or confront them or care to debate him at all anymore, or to try and convince him, or to try and save his soul, or get him to stop being emotionally manipulated by all the disgusting garbage brain satanic sycophants that surround him. So we're just going to say it all. Praise, I never wanted to debate you on this topic after this. I challenged a whole bunch of people in your sector, including your king leader, SFT, to these debates. And all you guys wanted to do was say, nope, you're a pedophile. No, I'm not going to debate you. So you all had your chance. And I figured, you know what? Fuck you guys. I mean, if you're going to engage in a bunch of horse shit around rumor and nonsense and some story of some chick that supposedly happened 20 fucking years ago to try and fucking attack someone and run from a debate, and now you want to challenge? So let's put it out there. I was trying to convince Will that actually he should debate you, because I've been talking to Will about Jesus for, I don't even know, Will, what, 5 freaking years now or something?
Pretty heavily for the past 3.
Yeah. So, and I care about Will, and I care about his family, and I care about his, all the people, most of the people that live in his house. And, and I want to do things that are beneficial to him. And I thought it would be great, since Will does not really believe in debate. He just doesn't, never has.
I don't.
Thinks it's a waste of time. He feels about debate the way I feel about a manned mission to Mars. a completely useless, senseless waste of resources and attention that could be directed to the better, thriving living of the human beings that are currently here on
Fuck
this
it, I'll
planet.
debate him.
With
No,
hold on. Just let me. I got the floor cue. Let me.
He's not done. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I gotta. Let me keep my stride. Let me do what I'm doing here. Yeah. Well. Okay. That's nice. All right. Yeah. I'll take it. Okay. So anyway, so the spotlight. I was intending to put Will up to debate you, Praise, and the reason is not because I'm afraid of you. I can tackle this topic with certainly the best of you, including standing for truth, and did for a long time, which is why he started just throwing insults at me and running away from me instead of actually debating me. This person who is supposedly the top tier debater and has a debate channel and bans me from the debate channel. In what possible universe can that make any sense? Does that not demonstrate someone's complete lack of spine and ability to actually deal with the arguments that I was presenting, fearful of having to put up to a moment of cross-examination where he's backed into a corner, having to answer questions that he can't possibly answer consistently in his disgusting, nonsensical, free grace heresy model? You know, they ran. They just wanted to throw insults and run. And now all of a sudden, oh, Praise wants a challenge. Praise wants a debate. And I'm even willing to accept it on the terms that he presents. I haven't even finished putting my studio together. I don't have all my debate tools set up with the computer, with the multi-screens and everything. I don't have all the tools that I did have years ago because I've been focused on other projects. So I was willing to take that disadvantage. I was willing to be the person that was taking the negative side of the debate, the burden of proof side, where I had to defend my theology the way that he perceived it, which of course he didn't perceive it accurately at all. And he's as confused about my theology as he is his own. So this is not a challenge. This is not going to be a difficult thing. And the only reason I was willing to even entertain it is because Will asked me. Because honestly, Praise, there's no point to debating you. If I manage to defeat you in a debate and even convince you again, as I had multiple times in the past, it wouldn't matter. Your crazy mental illness, your emotional obsession to the connection to these goddamn strangers on the internet, allowing them to emotionally manipulate you into their constant control. And I tried to break you from it. I tried to help you. I tried to convince you. I tried to encourage you to not let these people emotionally manipulate you. Truly think about what you're doing and what their motives are and what their arguments are, and truly use some discernment. And he showed that he couldn't. So this is not a challenge. I was only going to take up the debate because Will asked me, because frankly, Praise, I don't want to convince you again. As far as I can tell, one of two things is true. A, you are covered by common grace because you are just so goddamn retarded and mentally deranged and unbalanced, unhinged, that you have to be covered by some sort of common grace where you are just too fucking retarded to be accountable for the stupid shit you believe and the garbage things you do. That's option one. Option two is that you're going straight to fucking hell. And you're going to a deep hell. And God is cool with you going to hell because he allows you day after day to get on your channel and spew your ignorant nonsense heresies coming out of a depraved mind. God allows you to amass judgment on yourself day after day after day, not doing anything of any real ultimate objective benefit to any human being's life at all, just showing up for 6 to 8 hours every day, every other day, with your garbage brain, disgusting, amoral sister, and spewing your heretical garbage all over God's green earth in this digital platform. And you amass that judgment for you. And God seems cool letting you mass it up. Think back, Praise. Try and think back to all the absolutely reprehensible, morally bankrupt garbage things that you engaged in, entertained, and condoned. You have no moral ground to condescend to anyone. And your theology is nonsensical, and you're just seemingly either too dishonest or too stupid to realize it. And I don't want to debate you, buddy. I like you right where you're at. You know what? You deserve where you're at. I gave you every possible chance I could, time after time. I tried to help you every possible way that I thought I could, even donated to you, supported you in many different ways, only to have you repetitively stab me in the back because of some sort of emotional manipulation from your demonic cohorts. So, you know what? I gave up. I don't want to convince you. I don't need to convince you. I'm willing to let Will debate you. I'm willing to even give Will a couple of my airtight arguments and verses that I know that your stupid, idiotic theology can't possibly explain away. And I'm confident that Will would win. I believe that Will, being a young believer in the Christian faith, would be more than capable of understanding the nuances of the retardation of the theology that you have decided to spew, and not because it has good arguments, praise, it doesn't. I hope you're just too stupid to realize it. I hope you're not being dishonest. I hope you're not doing this just because you're emotionally manipulated by standing for truth and you want to believe what he believes and you want to be on his side. And God damn you, standing for truth, if this is what you have done to praise. You are not only condemning your own soul with your blasphemous nonsense, but you are dragging your friend right down with you and emotionally manipulating him in some of the most disgusting, immoral ways to get him onto your side and to believe what you believe. And it's foul. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and give this away, since I don't even think this debate's going to happen. And praise, I got dozens of arguments against free grace. I've even built a few great ones that you've never even goddamn heard, because I have been cooking for 3 years, my friend. You have no clue what I have to actually present to support my theology or poke holes in your own. So your arrogance and your belief that you could take me in this topic is certainly off balance, my friend. There is no way you could take me in this topic. I promise you that. And frankly, I see no reason to, and I don't want to. I'm fine with you where you are, whether you're getting into heaven because you're just too retarded to be accountable, or you're going straight to hell. I've cashed out. I'm done. Even if I did manage to convince you again, as I did many times in the past, there's no point. At some point, one of these degenerates will come along. They'll emotionally manipulate you, and you'll just change your mind in an instant. You'll betray and backstab all your friends. You'll lie, you'll slander, you'll run, you'll support a bunch of deviant nonsense. And by the way, folks, look at praise. Look at praise in terms of his moral judgments. I mean, whatever you want to say about my rhetoric or the particular words that I choose, they all had intent and purpose and were backed in some sort of foundation of observed truth. Okay, it's not just a free-for-all fuck fest where everyone just screams their heads off, indulging their flesh and claiming to be within the realm of spiritual conduct. And yes, dude, I'm talking to you. You are one of the most degenerate idiots I've ever seen, and no one can debate you, not because you're so good, but because you're so goddamn unhinged. And when someone makes a good argument against you and needs you to answer a question, you will deflect and run and whine and scream. And it just shows what a mentally feeble, weak human being you are. And again, you're in the same boat, dude. You're either A, too retarded to be accountable for the disgusting shit you believe, or B, you're going to join praise and you guys are going straight to hell with your blasphemous, nonsensical heresy. It's not even anything at this point even close to the real gospel. I mean, you got Bill Cuthbert roaming around over there in your side chat with a wrench supporting your channel. This absolute nutbag who has given some of the most comically insane extrapolations from scripture to support his deviant theology of extreme hypergrace, who is also aligned with Jack Smack, who is a complete and utter contradictory psychopath. And this is your environment, praise. These are your brothers. These are your brothers and sisters. These people who spew perversities and blasphemies on a daily basis. And I don't know, Praise, maybe God does hate you. Maybe that's the answer to all of this. Because I prayed for you for a while. I figured, God, please have mercy on him. Redirect his attention. Give him something fulfilling to do in his life. Where he would do something that's a benefit, to his family, to providing for his environment or for his community. But no, he just continues to stay online, spewing his garbage, and I would say even hatred. I don't know what utility there is, Praise, in attacking people's diabetes or cancer. I don't get it. I figure that you should be able to notice that is you being purely, absolutely in the flesh. I mean, at least when we made fun of Knox's leg, it was to extrapolate the point that Knox's choice of atheistic living and lifestyle had led to actual problems in his health later in life. And he had no one to blame but himself and his perverse beliefs, and how it was a point that basically atheists live the type of lifestyle with the type of morality where their body starts to actually rot away. Hence Knox's leg falling off, and why we made so much just that. What was the utility exactly in attacking someone's cancer like Jesse, or attacking Guru with diabetes? Where's the utility? Or was that just to strike out in your flesh? And do you even have the moral fortitude left anymore to notice it? I'm curious. Can you actually even tell that you've done wrong? Or has the free grace license to sin in abundance just completely corrupted your fucking petty little mind, to where now you just don't even give a fuck when you're doing something evil? You don't even bother to examine, because you can just think in your head, oh, well, even if I did do something dastardly evil, it's not like my salvation's in jeopardy. It's not like it's a sign that my soul is completely corrupted and that my conscience is absolutely seared. No, it's not that I'm possibly a reprobate who is just now completely acceptable in the realm of committance of daily evil, because after all, if I sin, it's not like I lose my salvation. I just get one less crown in heaven. I just get a little less stuff rewarded at the final judgment. I am locked in. I got the free grace. So if I want to attack someone for having cancer, or attack someone for their diabetes or whatever ailment they have, because I'm just acting out, because I'm just angry, because maybe they made a good point about me, and because you're so in your flesh, you just react emotionally with no utility, no purpose behind it, no benefit, no ultimate point to be made, just you lashing out. And are you so morally bankrupted now by the perverse theology you've adopted that you can ultimately do no wrong in terms of your salvation, that you have just given up even trying to notice when you do evil? Is it oblivious to you, Praise? Has it reached that deep? Are you in the path of a reprobate? Is your conscience so seared that you can't even tell the difference anymore? So I would challenge you, Praise. Maybe do something that you probably haven't done since you adopted this nonsensical, idiot-brained, blasphemous heresy a couple years ago, and self-examine. Do as the scripture instructs you, Praise, and self-examine, and really question if someone who is this morally bankrupt, and Standing is too, especially for his support for the deviant, the sexual deviant, Kent Hovind, and his nonsensical, Jurassic rape ranch. All of that is a disgusting environment that you have decided to engage in and support. So are you completely oblivious now to any moral evil that surrounds you? You're just fine supporting whatever in any context at any time, as long as it's your friends, because after all, you're not losing any salvation, right? You're all just possibly losing some reward. So what's the big deal? Oh, a little less reward. I'm going to call Smokey a pedophile. Oh, a little less reward. I'm going to make fun of Jesse's cancer. Big deal, right? Who cares? But you don't realize, Praise, that it shows that you're morally bankrupt. And it shows that you are not living as a Christian, nor are you even trying anymore. The free grace hypocrisy, the free grace nonsense that has now instilled itself into your brain has made you a complete and absolute moral abomination and an embarrassment. And I don't want to lift one fucking finger to try and change it anymore. And with that, I'm done.
Hey, I'd like to jump in real quick since Smokey is done.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have one thing to say because it was the crux of the situation. I will debate you, Praise. I will debate you on the agreed upon subject. The only problem really is that I'm not a works-based salvationist, but since you've characterized Smokey's soteriology as such, I will take it because it would basically have the same.
I want to get a word in here too.
Basically the same. Quentin, then Boki, then whoever.
All right, so you know what? And like, I think Will can back me up on this because Will's known me the longest than anybody out here. I try to see the best in a lot of people, right? Like, Will, can you vouch for that?
Yes.
All right. I try to do my best to give everyone the benefit of the fucking doubt, and sometimes it's my detriment. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I cast the wrong fucking pole in the wrong spot. Praise, I legitimately hope you fucking fall down the stairs. I hope you eat rat shit. I really don't give a fuck about your life, and in all honesty, if it came to an abrupt fucking end, I would not shed a tear for it. I really wouldn't. You know, because here's the fucking funny part. I've given this motherfucker chance after chance to try to shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and maybe think about whatever retarded shit's about to come out of his fucking mouth. But, you know, the first time, you know, I stopped talking shit because Jesse came to me and was like, hey, man, probably a better idea if you just stop. Out of respect to Jesse, I did. I didn't go back to your channel. I don't plan on going back to your channel. Then you brought up Guru Lady. And I'm just going to say this. I have been going through a really fucking rough patch in my life. I'm not trying to make this the Boohoo Q story, because fuck that. I don't need that shit. But I've been going through a fucking rough patch. And Guru Lady has been one of the fucking best people in my life. Make sure that I'm straight. She is one of the most fucking kind fucking people. And yes, she is my internet mom. And if someone's got a fucking problem with it, you can swallow all 7 inches of my cock. I really don't care. Here's my thing. Anybody that thinks that they're going to get through to Praise, anybody that thinks that they're going to change this retard's fucking mind, give up. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why. First off, if Olive tells him that this person is bad, he's going to bow down to her, slob her fucking knob until she comes in his mouth, and then like, yeah, you're right, Olive, I'm so sorry. Or if the dude, some retard fucking rando off the fucking internet, who can't debate even a fucking 4-year-old on what Pokemon is the best, let alone anything Christian related. And I'm not even Christian, so that's rich coming from me. But this, I've heard some of the fucking intellectual fucking sides that this retard has took for fucking debates, and I had more education coming from a piece of paper I wiped my ass with. Anytime somebody that Praise thinks is advantageous to listen to tells him something, he's gonna fucking do it. And the funniest fucking thing was before, like, I don't remember who started. I think it was either Knock or somebody that when told Praise that Smokey was a pedophile. Before all of that shit, and Smokey, you can fucking agree with this, Praise was sucking Smokey's dick every fucking chance Praise got to. Every time Smokey even appeared in a conversation on Praise's channel, the man would pow down and blow that dude so fucking hard.
I have no doubt, by the way, that Cheryl is watching right now. Hi, Cheryl.
I don't give a fuck if Cheryl is watching. You
I don't care either. I just thought it was funny that somebody brought it up.
Fucking fat cunt. I hope you fucking walk down an escalator. Anyway, I'm not
Tim Pool.
Well. Anyway. Play the there's a cunt.
What? There's a.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what to call it.
I'll finish in a second. Go ahead and play it.
Oh dear, I spotted a cunt.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt. Good day.
Anyway, so here's the funny thing, right? Is Praise is allowed to say whatever the fuck Praise wants, but the minute someone gives some pushback or flings a fucking insult, this little coward piece of fucking shit puts his little tiny fucking 1-inch pecker between his fucking legs and darts. Let's not forget that this motherfucker was the one that was going around making fun of fucking cancer. Right? Threatened to shoot somebody in the fucking face on YouTube with a shotgun and then deletes it. Good thing that,
I forgot about
good
that.
thing, unlike Praise, who deletes everything, we got motherfuckers that can archive shit, so you're not getting away with that, Praise. Sorry about your fucking luck, faggot. Good luck.
Sorry, Basement, probably.
Yeah, Basement has it. We'll find it eventually.
We have to go to commercial soon, but I want to get to Boki, so can you like
yeah, I'm almost done. So, Praise, I have nothing but fucking piss to feed you, and I legitimately hope that you keep eating Play-Doh until it gives you diabetes and you lose everything but your fucking head, you fat fucking faggot. All right.
Correct! Okay. Boki, go ahead and say what you're going to say, and then we got to go to commercial because we're already late.
All right, so hold on. I need to go outside because it's a little bit of a situation over here.
Yeah, he's trapped in the Lady Boy dungeon.
Yeah, I need to get off the work dungeon. All right. Okay. So 4 points that I want to make. I'll make it fast because we got to get through coffee brand coffee commercials. So 2 points concerning Smokey's exhortation. Yeah, everything he said was right because other than that, I feel the same way. Take it for what you will. But the sad thing about that is that the only thing that they will focus on is, one, they will focus on the idea that, oh, Smokey said he's going to hell. Smokey said that they're going to hell. Even though that's not really the case, he's making two options about it. But no, they'll take that and say, oh, look what Smokey's doing. And number two, what they're going to end up doing is say, they're going to make a stream about defending our soteria, free grazers going to hell, yada, yada, yada. And, well, that's how we know where their priorities are. They're afraid of hell. They want to escape hell. And they love their soteriology more than they love God. They love this image of God. They're the self-conceited image of God. The Romans 1 type. Because you know what? It tickles their nuts. It validates whatever they do, good or bad. And yeah, that's where we know where their priorities lie. They want pulpits in the chair, not souls into heaven. And three things. Another two things rather. Olive, when Will, Smokey, or if Will gives me the green light, I would really love to give you a piece of my mind about diabetes, and I will do whatever it takes to show just how ignorant you are. Now, you know that I'm a non-combatant. Do you know that I am a combatant, rather? But going after Guru really made me wrench my teeth. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, number two, lastly is, dude, again, what is the utility of going after people's sicknesses? Like, do you guys lack any semblance of honor where we're talking about a certain thing and then will deviate from...
Can I answer that question? Because I already know the answer. Well, because you guys did it. Well, we first of all, there was utility in what we did, like Smokey explained. But second of all, that is literally what Knox said. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. We did that because he did it. We did it to illustrate a point that, like, by his own morality, he is morally bankrupt. And that's kind of the point. But they don't get it.
Because they're retarded.
Right.
Was that all you had to say, Boki?
Just a little more. So they will deviate to personal attacks, try to look into your docs, try to look into your personal life. The same thing that Rob Reed did me when he admitted to doc dropping me because he can't handle a conversation because for some reason I kicked him in the cojones. But other than that, another thing is like they'll deviate to personal attacks and that thinks that makes you better. So I'm going to ask you this, and I really need to repeat this. What is the utility of attacking Guru's diabetes, which you know nothing about? What is the utility of even destroying Kenny's reputation that even just so as far as got him out of a job in some way? What is the utility of attacking Jesse's cancer? And what is the freaking utility of attacking Gavin's controversial cancer? I know controversial.
It's funny that you brought up the Kenny thing.
Yeah.
It's funny that you brought up the Kenny thing because they are going to say, well, Basement Dweller doxed us. Well, that's not exactly what happened because during the Sparrow thing, when everyone was sharing information, like, okay, so basically this is what happened. Kenny meant to send Sparrow an image and he copied the HTML code and she thought it was a fucking virus, which Kenny is definitely not capable of doing. He's lucky he can operate the vape. But so while that was happening, fucking Olive accidentally shared some personal information going back and forth, which then led anybody to be able to do a simple Google search to find the Christmas tree picture. I wanted to talk about that the other night with him, but I did not have time to get into the Christmas tree situation. So he's like, well, you know, Basement Dweller docs. So I was like, yeah, okay, right. I never got to get into it, but yeah, somebody does have that archived. I assume that is
right. And just lastly, so that we can finally get this finished.
Just quickly,
Smokey, one thing you could do, since I know you do run a Smokey Saint Clips channel, you could clip out the segment of my address towards praise and tag him in a video upload.
Yeah, do that.
And
I will do that. I will do that.
And
I
then,
in the private chat,
well, let me finish. And thank you. And Will can then take that and link it on the community tab and post it, and also tag praise on that. I think it would be good to, because I think it's appropriate for praise to at least have been given some sort of real final word for me anyway. It gives me a sense of closure. So if you guys could do that, that would be great.
I mean, well, if he wants to be popular, then sure. But I mean, the only difference is he's not going to like my methods. He's going to like SFT's methods more. But nevertheless, I'll do it. And lastly, praise. Like, what is the utility of attacking Gavin's controversial divorce? Like, are you really that fragile and sad that no girl in ever your fat freaking life ever had the day to gaze upon your
millimeter defeater?
Fat, pathetic excuse of a so-called masculinity that even we know that your sister has your berries by the shelf. Like, seriously, dude. And yeah, dude, I know you're listening. So yeah, before you ask praise to make a freaking jib jab about me being a dipsomaniac, why don't you go listen to yourself of all the thousands of blackouts you have when everybody disagreed with you, they made great points, and then you just ran your mouth like a fucking tantrum baby. That's all I have to say.
All right, roll the commercial.
Cool. Yeah, we are going to roll the commercial, but somebody did actually guess it. Whoever is running this SS account, that is indeed why, not just praise, but I love Dude, Cheryl, and I guess Bob for some reason. I don't even know who the fuck that is, but they're Piss Baby of the Week.
It's Piss Baby of the Week, nigga.
Anyway, yeah, so a couple minutes for a commercial break, I guess.
Oh, hey there, everybody at the Comb Club Call. Your old pal, Jingle Bell Joey. Just wanted to say to everybody, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, delightful Diwali, and good whatever the fuck Kwanzaa is. Yeah, so Legal wanted us to let you know that the adventures of Joe Biden is a parody of the 46th President of the United States. But the actual character, i.e. Jabippy, Joe Bags, Jamflo Joey, and Joey Ronald McDonald, Biden, etc., are legally distinct characters that are visually and auditorially dissimilar enough to be considered distinct intellectual property under DMCA. I'm sorry I stumbled my way through that. Sometimes brain not work too good, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what really helps me when brain not braining? Good old cup of Joe. Oh, this? Oh, it's not Starbucks. It's actually today's sponsor, Coffee Brand Coffee. 12-ounce crown bag of this will set you back $18. Well, that's about 40 cups of coffee. Comes out to less than 50 cents a cup. For comparison, Starbucks, an Americano in the short version, which is about an 8-ounce cup, costs you about $4.12 a cup. Yeah, that's a lot more. I'm not good at math, but I'd say that's good value. The shop's got a lot more than coffee, too. It's also got tea, hot cocoa, and snacks like popcorn. You can even make a gift basket for Christmas. If you order now, it'll even be on time for the holidays. I just want to remind everyone that supporting our sponsors helps support the channel. Let's just keep doing this on a regular basis, like daily uploads, which I'll be returning to every single fucking day. Enjoy the video, the live stream podcast thing. Anyway, get back to my instruction manual. North of Curacao, North Pacific Ocean. Huh. North Korea. Bunch of cards. Fuck them. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see any of the ad. It just lagged out for me.
It was
Real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say this. I hope to God Praise is watching this, and then when he does his little live stream reviewing this retard shit, I hope you do threaten to dox Guru Lady, because I promise you, if I hear about it, it's not hard to get to Oklahoma, Praise. And I got a few people that'll help me get there pretty fucking quickly. So you dox Guru Lady, I promise you, you and I are going to have a little fun.
That's fantastic.
No, I'm not. Anybody wants to fucking find that theory out, fuck around. I promise you, you will find out.
Praise, and I will say this too, Q. Thank you for that. Praise. One thing to understand too is that over here, the Cone Club cult, it's a meme. It's something to basically mock people like Bruce or you or Standing or many others that claimed it was a cult. But what it is a group of people that are connected. I would say spiritually, and it is this very strong connection. And when you go out of your way to maliciously and unfairly and unjustly and immorally attack a member of that group, you do instigate, the fervor of this group of people who are all very strongly spiritually connected. Now, I don't care about your group. Your group, as far as I'm concerned, serves Satan, and I'm not afraid of demonic powers. I have faith in the true Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, not the crazy free grace Christ that you spew out of your mouth. So I'm not worried about your group, but our group does have potency to it, and Q is being accurate. You really, I don't know why you would want to instigate such justified righteous fervor in your direction when it is so clear that you are blatantly morally wrong, even doing something like that. And for what? What was the reason again, Will? What did she say to him? Something about you remember? You recall like she challenged him on one thing or made a point towards him, and then he just flipped the fuck out and started attacking her. Her particular disease. What was it that was said? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head right this second.
Wait, hang on. I got this. It's something along the lines of Olive going, "Where were you when Will was making fun of my mom?"
Oh.
Exactly. She said that to me. She was like, when people were making fun of my mom's condition, which no one knew about.
We did
that because they were being a cunt.
Let me make a strong note. I was not doing anything with the channel when Will did that. Will did all of that on his own accord. And as you would see tonight, my attitude towards the women is positive. And I even defended her here on the stream. So,
yeah, no, I take back what I said about.
So I've established now very clearly my position. I did not attack their mother. Nor did I even know or need to approve. Will was doing his own thing with the channel. I left it entirely to him. I thought that was pretty
I
clear.
didn't know she was a nice lady. I thought she had dementia and was gone.
Well, yeah, Will had never asked me about that previously, and before
I probably should have, but I don't know why I would.
Well, yeah, and before I even had a chance to actually see it or comment on it, it was already out in the universe. So
Well, real quick, I take back what I said.
Wanted to play the video for context. I wanted to play I want to play the video for context, but now I'm not going to because now I feel like a piece of shit.
Yo, so real quick to catch Guru Lady up, nothing happened, Guru. I'm just putting out a warning. If they try to dox you, I'm gonna make a fucking visit to Oklahoma, and I've got family out there, so it's not hard to really get out there. So praise. You want to keep this civil? Keep your fucking mouth shut about my fucking internet mom. Keep her fucking name out of your mouth, or I will Smith the fuck out of you.
That's true. That's true.
I don't. Listen, I don't fuck around with a lot of people, and Will knows I don't get like this with a lot of fucking people. The minute you come after somebody that I fuck with is the minute I come after you. You want to keep your fucking mouth shut and just do this fucking debate? I'll leave you the fuck alone because you're not even worth the fucking tissue paper I used to wipe my ass with. You're not even worth a piss if you were on fire to put out. So keep your fucking mouth shut and I'll do the same. Otherwise, we're going to have an issue.
I don't have an intro for our next segment, by the way. I tried and it wasn't working very well and the conversion was taking too long. So this is just cracked screenshots. This is just a collection of fucked up things that I've screenshotted. They're mostly comments that I've made, but there are other things in here. Does anybody who hasn't talked a lot, like Jared or Ray?
Ray has something to say.
Okay.
It's not the time for me to say it since you guys are still on the same topic.
I think Jared.
No, I'm trying to move on. So we're.
Yeah, I know I'm kind of late to the stream, but I saw you were on Praise's channel a couple days ago, I think it was, and you guys were having
yesterday, but the day before, yep.
Yeah, and I saw you guys were having a conversation, and then this stream popped up, and I was like, did something happen in private, or something?
There were two. Well, there were 3 streams in total that this whole debacle occurred over. There was the talking about Guru and the diabetes and all that horse shit.
Yeah, I was there for that.
The next stream was me being like, I forget something about fucking a debate or whatever, and then the third stream was, well, we're not doing the debate now. And then at the end of the stream we played here, he was like, all right, I'll have the debate. And now we're at Will's going to debate or Smokey's going to debate. It doesn't matter, but we prefer that he debate me. So that's where we're at.
Okay.
It's 3 streams in total.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was under the impression from a couple of days ago that you and Praise in particular were like on good terms or something like that.
I'm on fine terms with him, but other people had a lot to say because they didn't get to say it when it happened, and Praise changed his mind so quickly that it was hard to for people to catch their breath.
Hey, real quick, and then
hold on, Q, because this is important context. I don't know if it was vocalized tonight. Praise challenged me to a debate. With the negative position, the burden of proof, then changed his mind because of emotional manipulation of his sister and dude and several others in chat, not wanting him to debate me. So he listened to them and therefore canceled and flipped out of the debate. I would say there was no reason, justifiably, there was no logical reason given by any of them for why to not do this. They gave a bunch of ridiculous reasons.
The pussy.
such as me, needing him for validation, which is just pure insanity. Only in Praise's arrogant, narcissistic mind would that make sense as a tangible argument to not give me validation by approaching me in a public format and supposedly destroying my beliefs. I don't know how your chat was trying to convince you that was a demonstration of validating me No, the fact that they didn't want you to debate me isn't because they thought you'd come and crush me. It's because they knew you'd lose. Yeah. They knew you'd lose, and they knew that would cause a problem. You would start questioning your theology with them and looking at other arguments and maybe change your mind and cause a big mess again. And they're just trying to manipulate you to save you from another internal strife mess over on your channel because you switch your theology. So your whole chat. Hold on, real quick, just to make sure drill this home real quick, laser clear. Your entire chat, your entire environment, your own sister manipulated you to not debate me because they knew you would lose. There is no other viable justification for them to have done so.
Man, I just want to know how it feels, how Praise feels about his sister having a bigger dick than he does. That's all I want to know. Anyway,
Olive. By the way, Olive. I will say this too. I need to say this too. I'm sorry, Will. I need to say this.
I have to take a piss, and then after this, I want.
How long does it take you to piss? How long does it take you to piss?
Not long, but I just wanted to say that after this, I want to do the Bible discussion, and then we'll do cracked screenshots because it'll take the least amount of time.
I also pulled up a video for context on everything that we've talked about.
All right, I gotta piss. Carl, go. I'll talk about yourself.
I think I mentioned this before, but it's important to say this, particularly about Olive, and definitively directed directly at Olive. Olive has a real, particularly unique kind of moral deficiency, the type of which I've rarely seen in pretty much anyone in all of reality. She has equated love with infinite, unending, unconditional support of her brother, which at a glance might seem noble, might seem proper. But that extends even to when her brother is perpetrating outright nonsensical moral evils. Treachery, betrayal, lies, slander, all the things that Praise has engaged in, including unrighteous attacks against people's, physical conditions, which they cannot control and that they struggle with and trust in God to help them with. And Praise, claiming to be an agent of God, is attacking them for it. So clearly, those situations don't connect. But Olive will justify morally her support of her brother in all of his actions, including the atrocious evils that Praise occasionally perpetrates or indulges in or serves his flesh for. And she will support it, even betraying friends or randomly switching theologies. Whatever it is that he does, whoever he hates, she just immediately jumps on board. And there is a passage in Scripture, I forget the exact reference point of it, pretty sure it's in Matthew, where Christ exclaims that if you love your family, your brother, your mother, your sister, your father more than me, you are not worthy of me. And all of you are betraying Christian morality to support your brother. You are demonstrating to Christ that you are not worthy of him because you are choosing your brother. You're choosing to support your brother, even in his atrocious actions. And continue to even condone, if not even support and assist in the perpetration of his evil deeds on the internet and his blasphemies and heresies, which if I recalled, I remember you thought free grace was absolute garbage and you hated Standing for Truth slideshow that he was pull up to always defend his positions. And you hated free grace, but whatever evil your brother perpetrates, whatever blasphemy, whatever heresy, you just glob onto it and you support it, even if you know it's wrong.
Well, you got to remember, Smokey, inbred stick together. Like,
well, that's a real theological problem for her that she's going to have to tackle. Is the idea that supporting her brother to do evil, or even manipulating her brother to do evil, which it has arguably occurred. You're talking about someone who is selling out their supposed proclamation of adherence to Christian morality for the sake of supporting a family member, showing that Christ himself and him as Lord is less important to you than your brother's emotional, unstable whims.
Well, you know why, Smokey? Do you want to know why?
Well, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing: they're only Christian when it's convenient. That's the thing.
Well,
lukewarm Christians.
Tell me
well,
I'm wrong. Tell
I
me
think
I'm wrong.
well, I
Tell
think
me I'm wrong.
it's deeper. It's deeper than that.
But that's what I see. That's how I see it. As someone that used to be Christian, right? And is now agnostic, I can look at this from an outside perspective, and the only time they're Christian is when it's convenient.
I'll have to agree with Q there, because at the same time, yeah, Smokey, you're right. Like at a glance, it's noble, it's loving. But I do remember that discussion we had about love. So fine, let's say fine. What Olive is doing, defending her brother, despite his ridiculousness, is loving. But at the same time, it does make way for immorality, unrighteousness, deceit, slander, and all that stuff. They have a faux facsimile of love. And well, it's not a surprise to me, since their soteriology doesn't really give them a clear, true, defined analogy towards love. So what they will do is that they will take their understanding of love and they will put it above Christ's standard for love, or Christ Himself being love, where where it just doesn't cause you to betray principles and betray God, but to also lovingly lead them to the truth, rather than in a way faux facsimile wise, leading them lovingly, pseudo lovingly, lead them to debauchery and evil, unrighteousness, and numbness to righteousness. That's all I gotta say.
No, like here's the thing. They're very much convenient Christians, right? It's nothing to make fun of somebody's fucking family when they do it. It's okay, right? It's okay for them to talk shit about other people's cancer, taking care of their mom, go on so on and so forth. But the minute you throw any fucking correction towards praise or that fat fucking bitch of a sister that he has, it's then all of a sudden that they have the righteous fucking anger to defend whatever the fuck they think is necessary. And fuck that, bro. I'm sorry. No, you're not a real Christian. You could hop off my dick for that. Like, I'm not gonna fucking let them even call themselves Christian, and I'm not even one.
Well, you know what? In the New Testament, Jesus had really great beef with the Pharisees, and I could see why. Because the Pharisees, while following to the letter, but they are diminish, or they devalue the weightier measures of the law, which them being at the same time sits dealing in absolutes. What they will do, and this is much the same kind of behavior they do when they try to get a verse and defend their soteriology. They will take a verse, and then it's a rules for me but not for thee kind of basis. um I expect you to show this to me, but God forbid that if I'm ever at the receiving end of that, what I'll end up doing now is gaslight you and put the blame on you. So what ends up happening is that they're dealing in absolutes. They will try to find loopholes into the words, and that's why they do these stupid, ridiculous semantic games. And you see this, I see this too. Like, in the same method they do to defend their soteriology, they try to defend what they did against Guru, and then when we bring them, or when we cater to the receiving end of them, they start to, I mean, they find themselves shocked to be adrift, and they pull that victim card faster than you do in an ONU game.
All right,
Like,
real quick, Will, I have the video pulled up, locked in. Let's can we pull that up?
Yeah.
All right, and this is going to.
I just couldn't get over Smokey making old man noises. He had his mic
real
off.
quick. This is gonna prove my point that they're fucking Christian when convenient. All right, this just hammers my fucking point.
By the way, I gotta get
diabetic, but I can tell you.
I gotta get back to work. So thanks for having me, guys. Bye, Smokey. Bye, Q. Bye, Ray. Bye, Will.
Later.
Bye, Boki. It was good having you. See you later.
I don't have diabetes, like I'm not around a diabetic, but I can tell you,
Oh my
guess
God.
what, bitch? You can suck it and shove it
like
up your ass 10 ways to Sunday and twice on Saturday.
I can't
Fuck
stand that.
you and fuck the horse you rode in on and worry about your diabetes, bitch.
I
Take
can't
your
stand
sugar,
that.
eat your food. Like,
of
you
your
know, like
sugar.
I remember as this bitch. No, I remember this
Oh
bitch.
gosh.
Like,
of
you
your
know, like
sugar.
I remember as this bitch. No, I remember this
Oh
bitch.
gosh.
She
I
would
can't
sit
stand
and talk about how her sugar is high. Then
Yeah.
she would go eat a fucking donut.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If my sugar is high, I'm not gonna eat a fucking donut.
No,
Okay?
no.
And I'm not gonna ask for prayers and eat a fucking donut.
No.
Yeah.
And then wonder why that my sugar is high and be complexed and be confused about why my sugar went up even more
Yeah.
after eating a fucking donut.
Oh yeah.
This isn't rocket scientist. Like, I don't have diabetes. Like, I'm not around a diabetic, but I can tell you, if my sugar's high, I'm not gonna eat a fucking donut, you idiot bitch.
I know. That's just that one was
So,
bad news.
I don't think
tell
diabetes
you,
necessarily means you have high blood sugar.
you can do it 10 ways to Sunday and twice on Saturday.
I never did
That's
like
all
her.
I'm saying.
I never did like Drew Lady.
Oh yeah, this care package.
I
Yeah,
know.
fuck her little care package. So Guru Lady, I'm gonna send you a care package. It's gonna be a dozen donuts, you fucking fat ass. It's gonna be a dozen donuts. You fat ass diabetic
Yeah,
bitch.
she's one to talk.
You are.
Hey, yo, Olive, you want to call everybody fat, but at least we show our fucking faces on camera, you cowardly cunt. First off, and I'm sorry that she sends out care packages to people she cares about, unlike you, you unwashed fucking fish-smelling pussy. Yeah, I bet you use fucking wet toilet paper to give yourself a fucking bath. You fat
I think we gotta be done with
tyke.
this because I'm just getting pissed off again, and I don't want to be pissed off. We're done with it. There's gonna be a debate, or there won't be, and that'll be the end of it. So,
yep.
I don't want to fucking do this too much longer. I wanted to talk to Ray about whatever he wanted to talk about because there's something he was that was burning a hole in his fucking ass. So, I think we should do that because I'm interested because he messaged me. So what's going on, bud? Are you actually back from your coffee? No. Okay.
Geez there, bud. Where the fuck did you go?
He was going to get coffee, and so I thought when he texted me, like, oh, I thought that meant that he was back. My bad. My bad. We'll just wait for him. It's fine. Smokey, I know you have to go in like 20 minutes, right?
I think Smokey died.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away for a second. I'm okay for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think my point was made. They're fucking Christian inconvenient. So yeah.
Yeah. Jared, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't think diabetes necessarily means you have high blood sugar. It just means you lack the ability to process glucose, I think.
But you see, Jared, in order for them to understand that, they have to have at least 2 working brain cells, and they don't. Not even with all 3 of them put together.
I love this comment. William Freeman coming in, and he's coming in with the chair. He's got a folding chair. Oh, Jesus. I haven't seen anything like this since The Undertaker threw Mankind off a Hell in a Cell into the Spanish announcer table. Oh, my God, and he's going to the people's elbow.
No, like, so, yeah, I hope to God, that you guys review this stream. That way I can clip your little retard fucking incantations of we're the good guys, you're the bad guys. We do everything right, you don't. I'm gonna see. Fucking drool over your keyboard, you fucking retards. I hope to God you fall down the fucking stairs and eat a Lego.
Waiting for Ray to get back now. We're just filibustering. You're like, hey, yeah, did we say how much we hated about praise earlier?
Dude, you know what? The funny thing is, the best part about the two of them ran down their fucking dad's nutsack. Fucking Jesus Christ.
That's fucking hateful. Fucking.
I bet, dude, you know how much, how big of a fucking virgin Praise is? I remember back in the day, I think it was Smokey, Praise, Jill, and like two other fucking people were in a fucking hangout, and this wonderful person by the name of Stupid Whore Energy comes in, shows her tits live on fucking camera, and then for like 5 minutes. Praise is like, I finally saw tits for the first time.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, fucking virgin. You're gonna die without ever.
Oh, Ray's back! Hooray!
Yeah, I'm back.
We were filibustering because you wanted to talk about something. That's how I was.
Well, I don't know if you guys are gonna want me to talk about it, but it was just things that I was thinking about during that whole segment.
Do it.
And I kind of like you guys, so I'll just like share. It's basically I was thinking about I kind of picked up pretty quickly about this. What's his name? Praise.
Yeah.
He's just not really worth any time, to be honest with you. Like we kind of talked for probably about an hour and a half about this dude, and we just gave him free energy, and he just doesn't deserve it. Also, I understand completely like the emotions and the passion about it, especially given that he like attacked Guru. And I apologize if I'm a little out of breath. I went and did a little training while I made coffee. So basically, like I came in here and I was gonna kind of talk about different things to basically make everybody level up, just because you kind of level up with how you think about things. And that's kind of the reason why it's not even worth spending any time on this dude, because he's gonna go towards his own level, and that's the way it is. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And in regard to like threatening the guy and like wishing for his death and stuff, I want the most evil people in the world, I want to have a long life. I want them to live a long time. You know, in the past couple of years, my grandmother recently passed away. And on her deathbed, I remember seeing how much she was suffering and how death was a freedom from that suffering. You don't suffer when you're dead. You suffer when you're alive. And the evil people, quite frankly, just deserve to suffer.
Yeah,
they don't deserve that fucking relief. So I wish this guy a long, healthy life, and he can enjoy watching himself lose everything that he's ever known or loved, because that is the reality of life. It's loss. You do win sometimes in life, but unfortunately, you will lose as well.
I, for some reason, can't click on that link.
I got it. Hang on. I got it.
All right. Yeah, it won't let me copy it from chat. I don't know why.
All right, hang on.
I got it up on desktop. Yeah, that's fine. So before we show that, because I don't really want to get interrupted, I just want to. When Smokey and I talked about the debate, I haven't had a debate in 10 years, and I thought it might be like a good idea, since he brought it up, to give it a shot, because Smokey's been trying to convince me that debate is meaningful forever, and I just don't think it is. But Smokey was telling me, hey, if you debate this guy and you fucking win or lose and you still think it's fucking stupid, you want to talk about it, then whatever. So that was mostly what was to do with that. I was initially angry at the praise thing, just because I'm so sick and tired of watching my people, my good fucking people, get stepped on for no fucking reason. And Guru was just gonna let it go. I didn't let it go because I was like, I've watched this for like a couple of years now, where I haven't engaged with praise, haven't had anything to say with him, and he just kept going on, and his people are going on and on and on, and it's like, I'm just so tired of being passive about it, and just I understand that I'm like supposed to turn the other cheek and stuff and not repay evil.
Well, no, fuck that, dude. We already have. Like, here's the fucking thing. No, like, I'm not like, we have turned the other cheek. The thing is, like, we fucking washed our hands of praise. I remember Jesse came to me, because at the time that I was doing all that shit, because he was talking about Jesse came to me one-on-one. It was like, hey man, I get you're standing up for me. I appreciate you.
We had the same conversation. I know.
And like, we let it the fuck go.
Well,
right?
really, what's the best outcome, though? Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that is really trumps the whole conversation is you have to look and say, what is going to give me the best outcome in this situation?
Right.
And the best outcome is for all of us to be better than him in every single fucking capacity. In every way, we are going to be better than him.
By the way, I only wish death upon them in Minecraft, not in real life.
Right.
So,
it doesn't really matter if you do. I was just explaining, like, that's the way that I look at my enemies. I don't want them to die.
No, like,
I want them to clean the toilets. I want them to have broken fucking legs, be no arms, no legs, be little stump people, and they're going to lick my toilets clean for the rest of their life.
Ultimately, like, where do I want to go from here? I want Praise to agree to. Can you close your mic? I want Praise to agree to debate me so that I can learn something, because Smokey and I had the conversation that I told you about. So that's pretty much all I want out of it at this point.
And my thing was, I knew that I wasn't going to get a second chance to say anything, because once the debate happens, I have to keep my mouth shut. So
after this, yes, there is a temporary moratorium until we can get some stuff figured out.
No,
he might see this and then decide he's not gonna. He's
a fucking coward.
You should already know that by now from his actions already. He already pussied out once, so it's.
I
think it would be a good thing. By the way, I'm not saying the debate itself or this topic was like a waste of time. What I'm saying is, in 10 minutes you could have had Smokey say his piece, and then we could have moved on to something that would have been educational or would have benefited, educational, entertaining, or literally like what we first talked about when I came in here. Like, that got derailed in 2 seconds. Like, I only got to say the verse and I didn't even get to talk about what I actually wanted to talk about.
I let it happen because it's been like boiling.
No, I understand. I totally understand that this is like a really emotional topic, but it's like he doesn't deserve to stir up our emotions. He doesn't deserve that.
I'd already had my thing with Praise. I said I didn't realize you were a coward. My mistake. And then he said, no, actually, you're right. Had me in his chat. We had a discussion. And then we were like, okay, debate Smokey, whatever. And then I was going to be like, yeah, I'll fucking debate you instead, because Smokey thinks that I'm ready. And I'm ready to give it a shot again after a decade. And, he wants to convince me that debate isn't a completely pointless waste of time. And so, and there's could be something to be learned from that, and having that experience after.
It definitely is, dude. Steel sharpens steel.
You
need to have conflicting ideals. You need to have conflicting ideals in discussion and in debate in order to see what the real truth is. You can't be in an echo chamber. You can't only hear what other people like. You need to be exposed to different things so that you can fully shape and have a full understanding.
My problem with debate is that it seems like everyone just goes back to the corner that they already agreed with and pats their dude on the back and says, you won. I don't like that there's like, you know how like we play games.
You just have to call them out. You got to stop. Don't play their game. You have to stop. You have to make it clear throughout the conversation. If they keep doing that, you say, hey, this is not me attacking you. This is a conversation to see what's right, to see what the truth is. Now, if you're curious about what's right.
It's always at the end of the debate. They go back to their corner and everyone, like, I know that no matter how shitty I do, other than Smokey, most people are going to be like, you did a good job, Will, for your first time. They're going to give me, I really wouldn't like that, to be honest. I'd rather, if we have this debate, I'm just putting that out there for everyone in chat, that if I'm
buddy, come on. If you were garbage, I would absolutely tell you that.
I know. That's what I just said. I know you would roast my balls, but I want everybody else to give me honest feedback. I don't want anybody to blow smoke up my ass over on this side.
No, I'll tell you right now, if you fuck up the debate, I'm going to make fun of you for like a week.
All right. That's good.
I don't really think you're going to have to worry about anything, man, because if he's not judging, if he's judging by the flower and not the fruit, then he's already lost. Like, that's just
they don't like that over there. They have a big problem with the fruit, anything that has to do with fruit in the Bible, because that's like kind of a defeater for their argument to begin with.
By the way, it's really interesting too, is that I didn't know what Matthew 7 was until Smokey said, and I looked it up, and that's literally one of the verses of the Tao as well. Is judge by the fruit, not the flower.
Really? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I got a video to show y'all. And
All
by the
right.
way, I
Is
apologize.
this another praise thing? Because I told you
No,
I'm
it's not.
fucking
It's
done with it.
it's not another praise thing. I
Oh,
rewatched
right.
it.
This is Will
they-
Freeman's video.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Bruce.
Oh yeah.
This is Bruce, by the way, Ray.
Yep.
Oh, Brucey girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Private. Private. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Last night, the woman is sucking you, right?
Oh yeah.
Penis in your mouth. Penis in your mouth.
Yeah.
Penis in your mouth.
Oh yeah.
You're
Did we
squirting or
fucking
something.
show this?
This is very homoerotic.
He's sucking you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're squirting or something.
Oh yeah. Huh? Oh yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you weren't kidding, Freeman.
What is going on?
This is
art.
I feel like I just got fucking dosed with fentanyl.
Yeah, so, okay. All right, I think we get the point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will. You're a credit to our first name or whatever.
Anyway, I do want to apologize for derailing the conversation.
Yeah, we're done with praise. We're moving on. Okay, let's go on to something else. Ray, you had something about I am also?
Yeah. I want to touch on, we started it off with Matthew 17:20, and I had something to tie into that it's irrefutable. There's something called the placebo effect, which I'm sure most of you have heard about. It's a medical thing, medical terminology. It exists. It's a real thing. And it's when you believe something good is going to happen, it does. So you might have heard of it with like sugar pills, the placebo effect with sugar pills, where they give people sugar pills thinking they're going to get better, that they're taking medicine, and then they do. But there's also something called the nocebo effect, which is its opposite, which is when you believe something bad is going to happen, then it does. And notice that the key word in both of those statements is believe. It's the medical version of Matthew 17:20. And it's very powerful.
I think it bears actually bringing up the actual scripture.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take my leave, y'all. It's good being here. Love all of you, and until the next autism rant, I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, take care, Q.
Take care. I accidentally hit a 2 when I meant a 1. There we go. Perfect. Let me bring it up. I feel like Brett can't. Yeah, just let me bring it up, Pat. There you go.
Gotta have your pipe in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just bring this fucking scripture up on screen. Let's see how this Bible horse acts about. Stop attacking my family. Anyway. I haven't checked in on him in a while. Can we get a welfare check on Brett? Is there something else anybody wanted to add to this, or?
I mean, I can add something to it, which is
I would love you to.
Notice in this verse that he makes no mention of time. He makes no mention of time. So when he says you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, he doesn't say it's in your timetable when you want it to be. If it's in the next second, the next minute, he could be talking about millions of years from now, and it doesn't particularly matter. And it's ironic to me as well that literally one of the biggest, if not the biggest issue that the world has is a lack of understanding of belief and faith. I mean, that's the whole transgender problem to begin with. They say that they believe they're the opposite gender or whatnot. But if they actually believe that, then they wouldn't need anybody else to validate them. If you genuinely believe something, like if Smokey Saint says, I believe in Jesus Christ, I believe he's the hope, and that's all there is to it. Well, then nothing I say to him is going to change his mind unless he decides to change his mind, decides to change his belief, decides to change his faith.
Not necessarily. I mean, they say that you can't reason anybody into or out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into. I feel like Smokey definitely reasoned his way into the faith. I'm assuming.
I just mean to say that if I were to say something,
you're absolutely correct. I 100% reasoned my way into the faith.
If there was a new book for the Bible that came out, we knew it was from God, from Jesus, and it said it had new information, and it was from Jesus, I'm sure that you would take that into account. Like any logical person looks at all the information available to them and chooses the correct course based on all the information available.
Well, Christians by theological tradition cannot accept another revelation, hence the defeat to the Book of Mormon and any of the claims of prophetic witness.
It says at the end of Revelation that basically, like, if somebody tries to add to this, let all of the curses of the Bible be delivered.
Yeah,
Okay,
the curses in this book, let them all.
So let me amend my example then, and I believe in the book of Revelations, I believe it says that Jesus is going to come back.
That's right.
So when Jesus comes back, if he tells you something different to the Bible and it's actually Jesus, then you would take that into account.
No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I mean, he could say something that maybe contradicts an interpretation.
Yeah.
Young.
That's all I'm saying is if he says something that's not like verbatim from the Bible, he could have the same meaning but say it in different words. I'm just saying that when new information is available from a reliable source, I think it's important that we at least listen to that information. Then we can make a judgment on it after the fact.
Well, I get where you're going with it. I think I would have concern about the nature, purpose, and ultimate conclusion of anything that comes to relevancy or recognition that is contrary to Scripture. I mean, there were Jewish teachers prior to the arrival of Jesus who taught a lot of similar things that Jesus ended up teaching, which caused some scholars to actually even go as far as to claim that Jesus was basically a plagiarist of sorts, which is insane. Even in that tradition, he would have potentially bequeathed knowledge from one of these other Jewish teachers that they're trying to parallel him with, and that would have been within the Jewish tradition of apprenticeship, to being a Pharisee or to being a rabbi. So the fact that Jesus, being the living God, now verified those teachings is really just a verification of his predecessor, that his predecessor got it right. Because Jesus was God, in the flesh, come to earth. So if he taught something that was already being taught by some rabbi, that means God was validating and verifying that teaching while he was living here on earth. So I forget where my ultimate point was. Apologies.
I mean, no, I think you nailed it right there. You started off with saying you'd have concern, and absolutely. I always question everything. I think that's really important. I think it's really important to question things from different points of views.
I agree.
And you just made me think about, I don't remember the specifics in the Bible. I'm not as well versed as you guys. But there's a part in the Bible where Jesus and the boys are walking through a field of I believe wheat, and it's, I think, the Sabbath, so they're not supposed to eat. But he tells his boys to eat the wheat because they're starving. And there was a Pharisee, I believe, there that was giving him a hard time because that was against the laws of Abraham, maybe.
Well,
so that would be like more of an accurate way of what I was trying to ask. because he basically was encouraging them to do something against what the Holy Book had told them already.
Well, not you're almost kind of. Let me clarify it a little bit for you, and I know
Sure.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so the disciples are hungry, and it's the Sabbath, and of course you're not allowed to do any work on the Sabbath. You're not allowed to pick anything or collect anything or anything like that. But the disciples are hungry. And since they've been, basically traveling with the teacher, they haven't had access, for an extended period of time, possibly even a few days, to any type of, prepared food or anything of the sort. Maybe they were traveling and didn't have any food and didn't come across any lodging, whatever it is. They're hungry. It's a Sabbath. So they pick just enough to eat, just to, not picking a bunch to take home and store with them and, make bread later, just picking enough to eat off the very thing itself. Now, the nature of the law of respecting the Sabbath was certainly never intended to keep someone hungry. So Jesus was basically allowing them to eat. They weren't harvesting because they weren't, collecting it and storing it and taking it home. They were just picking to eat, which is not really in recognition of the spirit of the law. That's not work. Especially if they were hungry and traveling, because it's about pursuing the greater good. And the greater good is that the law is always intended to give mercy. In fact, the Sabbath law itself is explicitly stated to have been given for the sake of man, for him to have rest.
Yes, he says that the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath.
Correct. So when you are depriving someone of mercy with a law that the entire central intention of it is to bestow mercy, you're committing a moral atrocity, but while also keeping within your belief of the perspective of the law. And Christ was attempting to teach the Pharisees that you were supposed to respect the spirit of the law over the letter of the law. As in, if you are using the letter of the law to violate the spirit of the law, you are in sin. And that's why it was okay for the disciples to eat that grain, just put it in their mouths and eat it on the Sabbath. This was not a violation of the Sabbath as it was given to the Jewish people, not in its spirit. And certainly ancient Jews would have understood that as well. So this was not considered work. However, the modern Jewish traditions had become so stringent and rigid and extreme and legalistic that this, in their minds, was a violation of the Sabbath. So in Jesus, violating their tradition, but still keeping within the actual original tradition of the Sabbath was confusing to them. But that was part of the lesson, was to teach them that they had fixated far too much on the letter of the law and had forgotten all about the spirit of the law. In fact, Jesus, in that very moment, brings up a story of David, King David, when he was hungry, and basically starved, that he went into the temple and ate the showbread that was for the priests, which is not lawful to eat. He used that as an example that the greater good was the mercy of feeding a starving person than keeping to any type of pretense of legalistic, absolute to the letter of the law.
Yeah, I think it's pointed out in the Bible too that the God does not actually give a shit about sacrifices as such, because ultimately you can sacrifice as many goats as you like. It's not going to get you into heaven. It was just a way to lessen to dull the edges of the world, bound for damnation anyway. It wasn't until Christ came that anyone was actually.
You mean the nature of the sacrifices, of like sacrificing a goat? Because I think there's a deeper meaning to that in the early times. You got to figure, like, they didn't have a Walmart to go get their groceries. A goat was, a big source of their ability to live. The milk,
it's a symbolic. Yes, it's a very large sacrifice to make. That's why it's called sacrifice. It's removing basically 50% of the livestock that you have, also in some cases. Yeah. So setting aside, like, giving.
You're showing that God is more important than yourself.
Yes.
It's the act of selflessness, of getting away from your ego, which is, I think, very important. And one thing I was thinking about when Smokey was talking last was it's about understanding and discernment, reaching a new level of understanding. That, I guess, that from whatever I started this with, I guess that is the best way to describe it, is when you reach a new level of understanding, things might appear different. And I don't think, at least for myself, I'm only going to speak for myself, I don't think I'm perfect, and I don't think I'm at the best that I could be. I don't think that I understand nearly as much as I could, and I'm working on that every day to learn and understand and discern the world better and be a better influence on everybody that I can. And I think that's an amiable goal that we can all have, that's achievable.
Probably. I think I agree with that sentiment. I think that it's insofar as everyone can.
And it was also, I was thinking about, honestly, every time that I talk or think about Jesus, I get reminded of the Tao, because in essence, instead of following the letter of the law, following the spirit of the law is essentially what the Tao really boils down to be. Is it's like the flow of the tide, the flow of the water. You don't try and find a specific path when you're in, if you're in a fucking boat in the middle of the river, you don't try and find a specific path to row down the river. It's just not going to work. You have to follow the flow of the river, the natural way of things, the natural spiritual laws of things, because God created the universe. He created a set of rules and principles and laws that everything abides by. And when you go against that, you just kind of make things worse for yourself and everybody else. Even if you might appear to be winning in the now, like, for example, if you're sucking the devil's dick and you're going to all the Diddy parties and you're getting all these music contracts, you might think you're winning right now. But after that trial comes out and you're a part of that whole ordeal, you're probably not going to be winning too much. And it's about the time aspect of it. It's very easy to get caught up in the here and now and look at things in the short term and not understand the impact that your actions and words are going to have. But inch by inch, anything's a cinch, and mile by mile, it's going to take a while. So the more that you focus on the small steps that you can take every single day, every single moment towards your best self, your most Christ-aligned self, I guess, would be the best. I just think that's what everybody should aim for. The world would be a better place. I mean, everybody can live their lives however they want. Doesn't really matter. But I think the world would definitely be a better place if we were all seeking to work together and improve ourselves and overcome our own emotions and insecurities.
I think the devil on the Diddy party thing and what you were talking about with people like that, I think that the devil deliberately keeps things good for certain people so that they never ask God for anything, and
there's
they never
a scene
have
at
a
the end of the
reason.
movie, God's Not Dead, and where that talks about exactly what you're talking about. I don't know if you saw the movie, but
No, I was an atheist when it came out. We were making fun of it and Kevin Sorbo and stuff. So I didn't watch it, but I know quite a bit about some of the key scenes. But no, of course they didn't show that. But yeah, I do think that that is the case, that the devil keeps things good for certain people deliberately so that they never have a chance to prove themselves.
There's a book written, I believe, by Napoleon Hill called Conversations with the Devil or something to that effect. I read it a while ago, and he basically talks about drifting, and that's the devil's biggest tool, is drifting. Is you are in your boat sailing down the ocean, and there are whirlpools of distraction that the devil tries to get you hooked on. And at first, it might not seem like it's a strong pull, like you can get out of the whirlpool. But eventually you get sucked into the center of it and you can't escape. And that's the devil's constantly trying to do that. He's not trying. I don't believe the devil is actively trying to enslave people on an individual basis. Now, for the powerful individuals, that might be the case.
Well, the devil knows that he can't win the war. He can win as many battles as he wants, but ultimately the war has already been won. And so now Satan's whole thing is that he's going to take as many people down with him as he possibly can.
Yeah, but I mean, that's probably all he's That's probably all he's concerned with, is he has so much hatred and animosity for the human being that every single one that he manages to sway to his side is a victory to him. That is,
yeah, because he's like, what do you mean they're gonna judge angels? Look how easy they fall. Like the whole bet with God over the what I always forget, is it Job or Lot?
It's over Job.
Yeah, over Job. That's what that whole situation was just like, what do you mean you're gonna let these? And then the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. There's not even one good person. There's not even one. That's a lot. That's right.
Now, the question therein is, does that mean that humans are inherently evil and that you have to actually work and strive to be good? Or does that mean that the power of the devil is that intoxicating to a human being that it's that easy to fall?
I think the point is that it's a struggle. The word Israel literally means to wrestle with God or to struggle with God. I mean, like, that's kind of the whole point. If we were just put here to be perfect automatons, we just would be. We never have fallen in the garden forever in perpetual bliss. But I feel like the human race is on a journey, and God has things set aside for us later on, even after death.
Well, there's nothing more art imitates reality, and that's just a fact. And there's nothing more satisfying than a comeback story. The underdog rising up from the ashes and making something great of himself. There's nothing better than the hero story. And God is like the author of everything.
Go ahead, Jared.
Well, to answer your question, I would say I would say yes. Humans are inherently evil because of the sinful nature that we inherited, and that's why we need a savior.
And then, what is evil?
What is evil?
Like, who gets to define what evil is? That's my question.
Well, anything that I would say anything that goes against God and His nature.
All right, that's fair. So then, God would define what evil is.
Yes,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, because He's the moral absolute. That's why we have objective morals.
Yeah. And it's definitely exhibited by the fact that Jesus Christ was a perfect human being in every capacity. Just his level of grace and compassion and kindness is just, it blows my mind. I remember, like, the first time I actually read the New Testament and I took it seriously, I was sitting outside the gym at the YMCA reading it, and I had tears coming down my eyes thinking about that cocksucker fucking Judas. Like, what a slimy fucking pig.
Well, I mean, technically,
well, I mean, it wasn't.
Judas, well,
Sorry,
technically, Judas is the only reason that any of us get ultimate salvation. I think, right? Smokey and I were talking about this at one point. Wasn't there at one point there was technically an opportunity for Satan to sort of win his game? And then by having Judas sell out Jesus for 30 pieces of silver.
You really want me to parse that whole thing again? Like, that took like, that was a long conversation. Like, I have to give the whole interpretation of Satan's perspective of reality at the time too. Like, I can't just dive into it. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, we could make it for another time if you don't feel like. I know that you're not going to be here forever. So
yeah, I do need to go here pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, I think Ray and I will probably pontificate for a hot minute while you're gone then. But
okay,
yeah,
well, that's fine.
I feel like I got the too long didn't read version pretty good.
Well, I mean, I just would question then, that means that the serpent is the reason why we have salvation as well.
Yeah, the problem is you don't want to look at it backwards, because the thing to remember is God is good, therefore God is ontologically primary to evil. And what I mean is you can define good without reference to evil. You cannot define evil without reference to good, because evil is simply a negation of good. And what is good? God is good, which means his intentions, his telos, is good. So whatever the intention for his creation is good. A violation of that intention or a perversion of that intention, of his divine intention, which of course he is perfectly good because he's the paradigm of good, of everything that is good. So whatever his intention is therefore good. So if you pervert an intention of God, a telos, if you pervert the intention of the existence of a thing where it's supposed to accomplish one goal and ends up accomplishing something else, you're in the realm of evil. So violating the will and nature and intention of God is what puts someone within the realm of sin. Humans are unique in the sense that we were, I guess you would say, weaker in terms of multiple parts of our essence than the rest of the pantheon of creation. There's lots of heavenly beings and possibly even extra dimensional creatures that are significantly more powerful or possibly even smarter than us. We're kind of the meager of God's creation. Hence, they don't tend to have a lot of understanding of God's desire for a relationship with us because we seem to be the lesser of everything that he created. So, where was I going with this? I'm sorry, Ray. What was the original question?
Will was saying that Judas caused our salvation, and I brought it back.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So that was all ultimately to back up my primary point to answer that, which is that evil is not ontologically primary.
Yeah.
And even if God, like, let's say in some sort of bizarre hypothetical here, let's say God was evil by the way we see evil in our universe. Well, whatever he created would be along the paradigm of that evil, and that evil would be good.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, is that if God intended Jesus to not die, then he would not have.
And that would have been good. See, right. The thing is, like, so, like, it is a divine command theory type of concept, but it is basically essentially.
Well, the winner gets to make the definitions for history.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because all of creation. Because I mean, okay. Let me see if I can make it real simple. Who are you going to appeal to above God for what is good?
Right.
So whatever his standard of good is good. And whether we think it's evil or not is completely inconsequential because we are finite subjective agents and he is outside of any form of subjective agency. And whatever his standard is just what the standard is. And there's nothing you can appeal to above him or beyond him to compare him to a different standard. There's no standard that could exist beyond him. Therefore, he is the standard.
And one thing you made me think about with the way you were describing good and evil that is like empirically proven by science. Not that particularly matters, but light, like the color white, for example, is a good representation for good. And the color white is all of the colors being reflected back to your eyes. And the color black is the absorption of all colors. So black is not its own thing. It is simply the inverse of white. So it like perfectly backs up what you were saying, that black is nothing. Evil is nothing without good, but good is still something.
Right.
I hate to derail, but are you being rated?
Who's being rated?
I'm sorry. I forgot to mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Jared. I was like,
he's playing GTA 6 right now. He got an early release.
No, there's sirens going on, and I'm at work. I'm sorry.
Area 51 and got the copy, and Santa was there
doing the Nardo run in.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, you're all good. I was just wondering what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, I was getting swatted for calling out Bruce.
Smokey's getting raided, dude.
Yeah, it's totally happening.
Anyway, I think that Ray and I are going to spend a couple of minutes here just pontificating extra biblically just because it might be fun.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to bow out then, unless anyone has any final questions.
No, I think I'm good.
Oh, did you see my question in the side chat?
Oh yeah, you did have a question in the private chat. I I have a theological question. I agree with free grace when it comes to justification, but not when it comes to sanctification. And it seems to me that the debate is more about sanctification. Could this possibly be the case?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, no, you're right. The justification component of it is essentially exactly the same. You're not wrong. You're exactly right. Yeah.
Okay, because just as a spectator, that's just what I'm noticing.
Yeah, the beginning of belief is the beginning of salvation in both paradigms, but where they do disagree is about the ongoing walk and action of sanctification, what it looks like, and whether or not it is essential to salvation, which I would absolutely posit it is. That absolutely sanctification is essential to salvation and the final reaching of the goal. But they would claim that no, aspects of sanctification can dwindle or disappear entirely and not affect salvation, which I think is an extraordinary blasphemy. So no, you're right. You're right. They begin in exactly the same place, and in the sanctification area, they are radically different. So yeah, no, you nailed it, Jared. Spot on.
Yeah. Free grace is a very do as thou will sort of religion. So.
Well, I always say I believe the grace that saves is the grace that also teaches, according to Titus 2:11 through 15.
Well, if you plant a seed and then you pour bleach on it, you're not going to have healthy fruit that you can eat. But if you plant a seed,
we were talking about this,
and you give it the proper care and the nutrients and watch it grow, well, then you'll have healthy fruit you can eat.
Well, it's not necessarily you giving it the nutrients; it's God that's giving the increase.
Well, that was a metaphor.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah,
God is the one that's planting both of those things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because
just to be clear, yes, the idea is that God is either primary or secondary in the actions of all of these things. Like you don't want to be. You won't be presenting something very Calvinistic where you're saying like God is forcing people through unconditional election to choose him, but more essentially that he is always in a willingness of a position of help that those that do choose him. And we would not have the ability to choose him if he did not sacrifice himself and give us the opportunity to be able to choose. He could have isolated and removed the choice altogether and just left us all to be a cursed race, a cursed creation. But he didn't. He loved us and he sacrificed himself for us. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as you're kind of dissecting these particular types of thoughts and topics. There is some nuance to some of this in terms of how to communicate it and not try to basically just end up being very Calvinistic in what you're communicating. That's all I'm saying, Jared. Just be kind of cognizant, how you kind of present some of those ideas. You are talking about a philosophical concept that is relatively deep and somewhat complex, and you create problems for yourself if you say something that kind of can still fit in the toolbox of the Calvinists, if that's not what you're trying to do.
Oh, yeah, I know. I get accused of being a Calvinist all the time, and they always ask me, well, what's the mechanism? And I just respond, well, it's the Holy Spirit working through you.
And that's true, and that's fine. I have no issue with that.
You know what's funny is that's what I said to Praise. He agreed with me, and then hilarity ensued.
I just to put it a little simpler. Well, like just to use like Ray's analogy. Like, yes, God is doing the pruning, giving the fertilizer and stuff like that. But, you can stifle the Holy Spirit. You can stifle the work of God. God is very much wanting, I believe, to work with anyone. But you have to be willing to allow him to. If you're in a constant rebellious fight against him and the work of the Holy Spirit, what can possibly be done? And you can't possibly be saved because you can't possibly be sanctified. If you can't be sanctified, you can't be saved. And if you're in constant rebellion and pushing against the Holy Spirit and his action of nurturing you, then yes, you are depriving yourself salvation, a salvation that God himself is very much willing to coach you along to get to.
You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink the spiritual
right.
water.
So it's not that we're doing, it's not that we're doing anything for our salvation, but we also need to not stop the Holy Spirit from doing his thing either.
You got to get out of your own way.
Well, yeah, that's where the real problem of the loss of salvation emerges. Is if you have abandoned the faith, either in principle or practice or in spirit. This is what the Christians should be cognizant of, aware of, and self-critical of, to not, risk themselves. Be aware that you're not stifling or limiting the work of the Holy Spirit in your life to sanctification, because without sanctification, you cannot have salvation, and nor should you.
Yeah.
Why should you be welcomed into the eternal kingdom as a rebellious child who doesn't want to do anything God wants him to do? What would be the point of such a thing?
What the fuck do you bring to the table?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, I found it.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I found it interesting. I was using ChatGPT the other day, and I asked it, what did the early church fathers believe about salvation? And they did not believe in OSAS. They believe that you're saved by God's grace through faith, but that works had to follow to actually justify your faith.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think
well, it's a validation. It's a validation. It's an expected thing that if someone is in alignment with God, with sanctification of the Holy Spirit, these things will just naturally emerge. It's not the human being striving to do these things. It's just a natural emergence of the saved heart to the living God. That's it. It's so simple.
I think
I would even say it's supernatural.
I would say that even if you were, the act of striving for salvation puts you backwards. It takes you away from the
agreed.
Because I think that's against God. God doesn't want you to seek for rewards. God wants you to seek for good works, so that you're like, there is no separation between me and you. We're all the same thing. We're all the human race. We're all a part of God's creation. We're all supposed to work together to love each other, to be brothers in arms and sisters in arms. We're supposed to be pushing towards a better future for everyone, to get closer to God. We're not supposed to be attacking each other and creating enemies out of nothing.
Right. Okay, well, I'm going to bow out. Appreciate it, guys. It was a fun time.
Appreciate the conversation.
Good to see you, Jared. Take care, guys. Have a
good to see you.
Good night, Smokey. I'll see you in the morning. Okay.
Good night, Carl.
Bye, Carl.
How's everything going on in New York, Will?
Fucking cold and
snowed, man.
snow.
Fuck the snow.
Oh, it's snowing. It's snowing right there right now.
I think so.
Oh God.
Hold on, let me go look. I'm gonna go look because I'm actually interested.
Hey, I just want to say, I just want to say thank you, New York, for shifting so far to the right.
Yeah.
But it still turned blue.
Yeah, well, that's New York City, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And the welfare babies.
Did you see California too? They shifted way right.
Well, I mean, mainly like the liberal population is usually delegated to just like a few cities in each state. Like
it's the big cities.
Austin is fueled with the liberal fags, but the rest of Texas is red as could be.
Well, like you see Illinois, like Chicago is all blue, but everything else is red. And they still win the state.
And they also have the most black on black violence and gun deaths and shootings. Weird how that works.
Well,
all the blue cities have all the gun violence and the death and the drug problems. Weird how that works.
So many cities are blue because Democrats see them as perfect breeding grounds for the exact type of people that they want.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure.
What I mentioned earlier. They want to get these people slaves, right? Dude. It's literally people that are slaves.
They take a bunch of people, right? And they take a bunch of different people with different beliefs and different cultures, and they like to tell us all melting pot, but that's not really what happens. What happens is you end up with like Harlem and Hell's Kitchen and Chinatown and all this other. You end up with like ethnic subgroup fucking districts that are just like segregated little fucking neighborhoods, right? And they all fucking hate each other. They're all forced together and crammed together in tight quarters. They pay entirely too much for fucking rent. I'm not even sure why people are there, but once they get enough people there, they breed them or let them breed like rats, which by the way is why the city is full of rats, because the same kind of the same kind of configuration of living arrangement that creates rats that cannibalize each other and shit where they eat, which is not normal rat behavior anywhere else other than in big cities like New York and Chicago. Those same I have a feeling that they saw the rats and they were like, can we do this to people? And basically the whole point of a city is to keep people broke and then keep telling them you're going to give them shit for free because they're so close to just losing fucking everything in any given moment. So they keep saying, we're going to do this, vote for us and we'll do this, that, and the other thing for you. And they keep telling them, no, the Republicans don't want to help you. They just want to they want to fuck you over. They want to take your rights, whatever, because they keep these people dependent on the government for everything all the time. And they're so like, basically the whole point of a city is to keep people ignorant, broke, and depressed. And it looks like the kind of hell you would design if that's exactly what you were going for. So that's why it's blue, because the Democrats keep telling them they're going to give them free shit, and they give them a little bone every once in a while just so they don't stop voting blue.
They give them a little stimulus every now and then.
Well, no, every month they incentivize it with the WIC and the food stamps and the welfare. Like they get benefits for having more kids. Like when we were at Walmart, and I was still working the cash register, there was this fucking every month this guy came in. He was the typical like trashy black guy. Okay, so super skinny. He wore the wife beater, saggy pants. He had 2 carts filled with fucking groceries. And when I say groceries, I mean Doritos and frozen food and fucking Hawaiian Punch and Mountain Dew, like all the essentials. Okay. And it was like $450 worth of shit every month that he paid for entirely with food stamps.
Yeah.
And the only way you get that much money every month.
He probably had kids.
That's what I'm saying. Is they got they get incentivized for having a bunch of kids with having a low income. And it's like, that's not good. That's counterproductive.
Well, I think the incentive for having a lot of children is for tax breaks, isn't it?
Well, tax breaks, but also food stamps. You get a lot in free money for food just for having more kids.
What Trump wants to do, he wants to incentivize people to have more kids, but he wants to incentivize the correct people to have kids. So married individuals with dual incomes that can actually because basically you have to both, in order to get this cash that Trump wants to give people who are trying to have children or have children, is they have to be married. They have to be both contributing taxpayers. They have to make enough money to actually they have to make enough money to actually have to get taxes taken out of their paychecks. And then having children is the big thing. So I think that's going to do a lot.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because I don't think having kids is an incentive for food stamps because I thought it was just based on your income because my wife applied for my wife applied for food stamps and we got denied because we both make too much.
It's both. Those are both contributing factors.
Oh, okay.
So here's the scam. What they do is one person will work and until their bullshit runs out, and then the other person will work and they have it timed perfectly. I don't fully understand how it works, but if you're one of these welfare rats that is literally gaming the system, not somebody who legitimately needs it, but somebody who's just gaming the system because it's there to be exploited and they can, you can, yes, having children, and then you can show that you're broke by just one person having an income. And yeah, it's like a whole fucking thing. It's a whole racket. I see people do it.
Especially considering they're usually unmarried, so that makes it even easier to rig the system in your favor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the girl, she doesn't live in this household. I don't take care of her. She lives with her mama. That's her residence.
Hey, Ray, did you know that, I don't know how many it was this time, but before the 2024 election, there was a data found that like 1.8 million Christians in the U.S. don't vote. I think it was like among evangelicals or something like that.
I mean,
I was
I
like,
believe
dang,
it.
that's a crazy amount.
I mean,
I think it was a good idea for the Republican Party to ditch them. Then, if you're not gonna vote in your own self-interest, then you know what? We're not throwing you any more bones.
No. The thing was because I think they said the reason why they don't vote is because like, none of the candidates line up with my values, this and that. And I'm like, well,
If
at
you're
that
waiting
point, you
for
kind of have
somebody
to be
like
like,
that, you might. Yeah, if you're waiting for somebody like that, you might as well literally wait for Jesus and take
yeah,
whatever's coming
exactly.
in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. So I watch Steven Crowder on his podcast, and like that's what he was saying. He was saying like, well, you have to look at both candidates and see which one lines up with you the most, not with which one lines up perfectly with you, because you're never going to have a perfect candidate.
That's probably like the least of the real issue. I'd wager that the real issue is that people believe that first of all, their vote doesn't matter, and second of all, they don't think that they probably don't think that politics does anything to their lives. I got to wake up, I got to go to work, I got to come home, I got to pay my bills, I got to mow the lawn and walk the dog. Oh, my show's on. Wife just made dinner. I got to watch the show. Oh, I'm gonna watch the news for 10 minutes. Nothing's like understand. They don't understand. I'd wager that probably about above 90% of the world's population is essentially useless when it comes to their critical thinking skills. They don't think deeply. They don't think about the ramifications of things happening, unless it's actually on their doorstep.
Well, I think it's like a lot of. I think it's a lack of empathy as well.
My biggest uphill battle with convincing people in my family to vote this year was convincing them that their vote was worth anything. It's like, oh, we live in New York State, and here's what what I told my wife and what I told my fucking dad was that like maybe in New York State it won't be enough for upstate to vote against downstate. There's just not enough people, and then you of course have Buffalo and Syracuse, which are blue, not super blue like New York City is, but they're still blue. But like we can still give Trump the popular vote.
Exactly.
And if he wins all the states we need, and then sure as shit, that's what happened. And I feel like I also told them that if you're thinking that, you're really not that special. Somebody else is also thinking that too. And if you change your mind, that just increases the odds that other people will change their mind, because that's kind of how statistics work.
Yes, exactly. Well, I was going to say, yeah. So like I voted for Trump in California. It didn't matter for the state, but it mattered for the popular vote. And now since he won the popular vote, Democrats can't say like, oh, it's the mandate of the masses, blah, blah, blah. Well, the masses mandated.
They tried because you guys have like, you had like all those tens or hundreds of thousands of votes that were outstanding. And then they started to trickle in, and then the Democrats tried to say, well, he didn't win the popular vote because he only won 49%. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris only won 38%. They're saying that because other people voted third party, he didn't win the popular vote. I was like, that's not how math works.
That's not how it works. And also everyone's asking, hey, where'd all those 10 million votes go?
Yeah, that's
from 2020.
So you guys gave me something good to think about from that conversation, and this is just a good opportunity basically for a positive influence. So I'm just going to assert myself here. I'm going to send a link. This is Ronald Reagan, and basically you were making me think about the reason why the voting is so important. Like regardless if you think your vote matters or not, freedom in itself is by far the most important thing outside of God himself to being alive. I mean, God literally created us with freedom.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah.
So it's kind of like a really important thing, and people literally fucking died for us to have the right to vote. For us to have freedom, people have died. And for you to not at least capitalize on their sacrifice is just a spit in their fucking face. Now, you're free to live your life however you want, but this freedom was not for free. The freedom that we have in America was earned through blood, sweat, and tears, through sacrifice, through good people that did not deserve to die. And unfortunately, they did. And yeah. But I love this speech, and there's a soldier he talks about that. That's what I was really thinking about is Martin Treptow the whole time we were talking. So,
well, actually, oh, sorry.
If we look to the answer,
what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, Ray, I actually remember some history on the Revolutionary War that I think it was Fort Sumter. I think it was when the Americans were taking Fort Sumter. The people that were when they raised the flag,
yeah,
when they were getting bombarded from the British fleet, the people that were dying basically piled themselves up on the flag to keep it upright so that it wouldn't fall.
Exactly.
To basically inspire other troops, like, hey, like we haven't lost, keep fighting.
Well, they knew how important that symbolism was. That the American flag stands for freedom, and there's just no two ways about it. And it's unfortunate that there are parties at play in our world that are undermining humanity and that instinct to protect and to ensure freedom for all human beings. I mean, I would say that the world would be a really good place if everybody had their own freedom and autonomy and nobody negatively interfered with that.
as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land, we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. The sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, My Pledge, he had written these words: America must win this war. Therefore, I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We are Americans.
Hoorah.
Hell yeah.
That shit gets me amped up. But that point there that Martin Treptow makes of assuming the whole event is on his shoulders. I lived that way for a long time because I genuinely believe there is an ongoing war that is happening. You could call it a spiritual war if you want, between the forces of good and the forces of evil. Now, as a human being, what the fuck do I know about good and evil? We talked earlier and mentioned how God could be defined as good and evil would be the antithesis of that. And that's fine and all. But at the end of the day, good and evil are perspective based in individual circumstance. For example, a Nazi soldier killing Jews probably thought that was a good thing because at least he got to bring home money to his family or whatever. But to the Jews, it's not such a good thing. I'm not saying that the Holocaust or anything therein could be construed as good or it's good in any capacity. I'm simply stating that perspective shades a lot of descriptions of things. So it's not such a blanket term of good and evil. I mean, even you mentioned earlier that, if Judas didn't do his thing, then we wouldn't be saved. So is that good or evil that he sold Jesus out? That's difficult to answer.
Well, I mean, there was a prophecy about it, and if it didn't come through Judas, it was going to come through someone because God has a sovereign will, and His sovereign will does come to pass.
Earlier. That's what I was going to mention earlier. Is that's just an important point in the plot, but it didn't necessarily have to be written with Judas. I'd imagine that any other kind of event could have taken place. Like they could have just decided, "Oh, Jesus, he stole some wheat, so we're going to lock you up for it," and done that and hung him or put him on the cross for that. Like I don't imagine it would have been that difficult for them to come up with an excuse to fucking nail him to the cross. Because I mean, they basically did come up with a lame excuse to nail him to the cross anyway.
Yeah, they had to make up a charge, basically.
You know what's funny is couldn't technically Judas be forgiven for that and get into heaven even if he hadn't killed himself?
I mean, probably.
Well, the thing is
I think it's potential that he still can. To be honest with you, I think God's understanding.
Well, there's a bit of a debate on whether or not he was saved because, he performed miracles like the other disciples and stuff like that. But there's kind of a debate on whether or not Judas actually believed in who Jesus said he was. I mean, it's kind of open-ended.
I guess we'll find out.
The Bible doesn't really. I mean, I guess we'll find out on Judgment Day, but it's open-ended. It's not clear. There's not a clear answer in the Bible. I mean, I think it's just kind of open to interpretation. Kind of like the. Yeah,
well, I don't think anyone here can say any living person is saved for sure or not. I think that only God knows that.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible says you can have assurance.
I think it doesn't even matter to begin with, though. At least for me, obviously, like I said, I'm a human. I'm dumb. I don't know everything. But I do not care if I go to heaven or hell. I don't care if I'm saved. I just want to be the best that I can be. I want to do the most good that I can do. I want to make the world a better place. I want there to be less suffering. I want there to be more joy, more happiness in the world. And regardless of whether I go to heaven or hell, that's not going to change. If I go to heaven for it, that's cool. And if not, it doesn't really matter. And I think that in essence is I don't think you should be striving for the reward for heaven. I think that's like just a tertiary little bonus that you get. I think the real prize in itself is being a force for good in a place that can be so dark.
Well, the thing is, you get there in a natural way anyway, because it's believed that the Holy Spirit compels you to do good things when the tree is good. You know what I mean? You get it was like you're saying about the fruits. The fruits are the fruits of the Spirit are just the proof that the tree is good.
Yeah.
That the tree is bearing good fruit. Yeah. Or that the good tree.
Good fruit the tree bearing good fruit is just the proof that the tree was good. And those that bear no fruit or bear bad fruit is proof that the tree is bad. So if you're doing good things and you're not trying to do good things just to get into heaven, but you do them anyway without desire for rewards or anything like that, then that is proof of the saved inclination.
So, would you like to hear the Dow verse? The Dow verse that you're talking about, the fruit one. It's all we talked about Matthew 7, and I said it was pretty much the same thing. But I have it pulled up if you'd like to.
The stuff about fruit is all over the New Testament and
By the
Old.
By the way, Ray, if you believe in an afterlife, you would do care to actually care about where you're going.
I don't care whatsoever. The only thing that matters is the result, is the end goal. If I go to hell for all of eternity and you guys all go to heaven, I will be happy. That's fine. It literally, I am so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things that it does not matter to me.
I mean, I follow.
But the Bible says that you won't be happy.
I mean, that's
fine. If you're in hell.
Yeah, no, I understand it's suffering and everything. My final destiny is irrelevant to me. I just don't care.
Well, it's relevant to him.
Sure, and that's his choice. It's his decision. If he decides to put me in either place, who am I to tell him otherwise? I'd like to imagine that through my actions alone, I'll get into heaven. But whether I do or not, I just simply don't care. It doesn't matter to me. All that matters is the here and now, because that's all I have is this moment.
Well, it's not necessarily your actions. It's necessarily what is your faith in.
Yeah, your actions don't actually get you into heaven.
Yeah, it's not anything you do or say. It's what you believe.
Yeah, you can't buy your way into heaven through good works. That's not the point of doing good works anyway. Like I said, good works are the fruit that are a natural process of having a good tree, a tree that is well tended. It's not you do good things so you can get into heaven. That's like some of the Christians that we bump into on an everyday basis, the church going types. For some reason, those people seem to think that they're going to get into heaven because they do this, that, and the other thing. And, I do charity and I wear the right clothing.
Well, it's like Islam.
Sunday.
Well, it's like Islam, too. If you do enough good works, you'll get into heaven.
Right.
But it's like, well, how much is good enough? Well, Jesus says you don't have to do any. All you have to do is put your faith in me, and you'll have access to the Father.
Your choices and your faith in your choice, it's really more of a singular choice, are what gets you into heaven. Everything else is a natural consequence of your choices. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a cause and effect type of way.
If you think the works come first, that is a very cart before the horse situation.
Let me put it to you this way, because I use the analogy of like the planting the seed and tending to the tree. Okay, so I am tending to my tree, and I don't care what the fruit comes out to be. I mean, I'm tending to the tree for the sake of I enjoy tending to the tree. I want to tend to the tree. I want the tree.
That is the right Yes, that's the right mentality. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's. These are the kinds of Christians that you're going to bump into here when we actually have these, because not a lot of people come in here to have biblical discussions anymore, because it's just become like a hodgepodge sort of thing. It's sort of it's sort of an oddity that we decided to have this conversation. Was mostly to do with because of Praise. In fact, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation if Praise hadn't run his mouth. So that's
it would have went very differently, because I still would have brought up Matthew 17:20.
Yeah. But the point is that like most of the Christians that you're going to run into here are not going to
I mean, they're shams. Most Christians that I run into are going to be shams. There's about it.
The way is narrow. There's not going to be. I mean, most Christians aren't getting into heaven because the people who call themselves Christians were never really Christians to begin with, because they have no idea what that even really means. They've been sold a lie by snake oil salesmen and profiteers that believe, and when I say profiteers, I don't just mean in the fiscal sense. I mean in like the sense that they get attention or
energy.
what.
Yeah, it's energy vampirism.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I was trying to allude to earlier when I pointed out how long we were spending on praise. Is he was just getting free energy.
The churches have completely sold Christ out. They do not care. They think they care. Some of them have even gaslit themselves and drank their own Kool-Aid into thinking what they're doing is Christian. They don't even know anymore. It might not even be that they ever knew. But the point is that what they do is they pick and choose the parts of the Bible that are going to benefit them or are going to get the most people clapping. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way, that's what they call on this side of the internet churchianity.
It's the same thing as where they create echo chambers in like the liberal and the conservative parties.
It doesn't have anything to do with Christ. It doesn't have anything to do with getting closer to God or embracing what the Holy Spirit compels people to do. It has nothing to do with any of them. It doesn't have anything to do with that. With everybody that we like bump into on an everyday basis, is most people being like, "Boy, I hope I get into heaven," and they don't think beyond that because there's no reason for them to, because they've been sold the concept that it's just like, well, I punched my milk card all the way out, now I get a free one, right? And that's how they view heaven and the church. And I did all the things they done told me to do, and I believed in the harp and all, and the hymn book and the angel's wings and the white robe, and there I am. St. Peter let me in, and he's just going to let me through them front doors.
Hey, Will, I have a curious question. Do Jews who practice Judaism hate that Christians have their books in their Bible, like the Torah?
No, most people just view it as most Jewish people just think that they got the wrong Messiah, because the Jews still think that there's some other, that it's supposed to meet what they're like, the Pharisaical view, or a lot of Jews just don't care, to be honest. It depends on what you mean by Jew too. You'd have to narrow it down. Do you mean like, I assume you mean like believing Jews and not just
like those who like go to synagogue, like those who practice synagogue and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the Orthodox and the Chabadniks and all them. Yeah, I mean, I think that they just view Christianity as a perversion of Judaism. I don't know.
So they don't care that we have their books in our Bible.
No, because that whole thing is they're looking for earthly rewards because they figure that they can't get into heaven. They think that all God created for them was the earth, and everyone that came before them is in some place, somewhere or another. Some Jews even believe in reincarnation for reasons that are too long to explain. They think that bad Jews are cockroaches, and you go, you go to hell for a year, and then you come back as a fucking a rat or a rabbi or whatever, some fucking Gentile Garum or some shit like that. Yeah, there's a lot of different beliefs, but not a lot. Pretty much almost none of them line up with like the New Testament version of heaven and hell. They're not congruent.
Right. I was just curious, like if a believing Jew would have a conversation with a Christian about like Genesis or like Leviticus.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
they view every just one quick thing real quick. Jews view every single thing that God tells anything to do as a commandment. So for example, the first commandment in Judaism is let there be light.
Yeah, okay.
Anytime God commands anything to happen, that is a commandment. Go forth and multiply. That's a commandment. Do not eat of the fruit. That's a commandment. It's all. So, I mean, I might be able to entertain something like that, a conversation like that, if you ever wanted to. I mean, things are a little bit different now, obviously, but we're not like getting into that right now. That'll be for after whenever this debate with Praise is happening, either with me or Smokey. I really hope that he lets me do it, just because Smokey has psyched me up. And I feel like it would be a really good experience for me to have, especially
If
after
you
so
guys could
long.
just do like a 2-on-2,
The
like
last
Praise
time
and Donnie
no.
versus you and Smokey.
That's not going to be
Okay,
good.
so
No.
So I'm the other reason that I want to do this is because there was a debate that I really wanted to have, because I feel like it would be both entertaining and informative. And that was the Young Earth creation debate that we were supposed to have. It was supposed to be me and Smokey versus SFT and some other fucking guy. I forget who it was. But about like Young Earth creationism and like Garbage Island, and then dinosaurs being buried from the neck up, and then having sex, and then more dinosaurs, and then reproducing and more dinosaurs, and then they all died out somehow, and all that weird shit. Like, I would love to have that debate, and I think this would be like a good jumping off point to like build my confidence, because not that SFT would be able to debate me on the same topic as Praise is hypothetically going to, and with any more fervor, because I think pretty much all of the arguments that I have are ironclad. And I don't think that Praise is actually free grace, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't actually understand what it means based on our conversation that we had the other day. I might be wrong about that. He may prove me wrong that he doesn't know. It's just that I don't fucking know. I don't even know where to go, but yeah.
I will agree with you. I think the only debate that's a waste of time is the old Earth and young Earth, because, like you said, God doesn't care if you know how old the Earth is.
No, that wasn't the point. Yeah, that's true. I did say that. No, it's not important how old the fucking Earth is to God. Not to God, but I mean, like, what people think the age of the
All
Earth
that matters is if you believe he made it. That's it.
But that's why I would have the debate, because they think it's salvific. Because if
that's when it becomes an issue. Yes.
Well, yeah, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to call out heresy. When you start thinking that the Bible is a science book, like my take on the flood is it was a localized flood, and there's geological evidence in the Younger Dryas sedimentary layer, that our geological layer, that sort of proves that definitely happened around the time that it happened.
And that's fine, and I believe it was worldwide, but I'm not going to fight you over it.
Well, it was worldwide in that sea levels did rise all over the place, but it's not like everything was covered all over the place, and then somehow kangaroos ended up in Australia or whatever.
Oh no, like I'm not saying that. I just believe the whole Earth was literally covered in water. But I'm not gonna like fight you on it and be like, "Oh, you're a heretic," blah blah blah.
Right, exactly. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's like they say, well, if you don't believe every word exactly as written, and it's like, yeah, but Christ said, "Don't worry about the Old Testament."
These are the people that would, when the SS turns up, they'd point out the Jews so they don't have to deal with it anymore. They don't fucking think.
Jesus shows up and it's like, okay, so here's the important stuff. Here's the stuff
exactly.
that really matters. And so
your salvation isn't dependent on your salvation isn't dependent on whether or not you know how the flood happened.
Yeah, Donnie Badinsky and Tom Hallweg and all these other clowns, they've read the Bible. They know it's in there. They're just electing to not read it because it's like, or electing to ignore that because it's convenient for them for a number of reasons. There's a lot of people that have been sold on this. There's a lot of conspiracy people that this crosses over to in a very intersectional way. There's a lot of groups that would be willing to give money or views or time to, or in the case of Kent Hovind, contribute in all kinds of ways, including trafficking children, by the way. Lest we forget that Dinosaur Adventureland was basically a big fucking everyday Diddy party with crucifixes and all the sexual perversion that he got into with fucking around on all of his wives and getting a new one and going to prison for tax fraud and tax evasion and all this horse shit. Like, there's always something. There's always some goddamn reason. That's why SFT got into it, because he saw a dude with money like Kent Hovind, and he said, well, I can use him as a jumping off point. And Matt Powell and all that, they use this stupid thing, act like it's salvific, get other people to buy their horse shit, and then they buy their merch. They go to their stupid fucking theme park, or they donate to their 501c3 that's actually a cover-up that's being used to launder money that's coming in through criminal activity. I won't say who that is, but you could probably fucking guess. Like, you know, it's always profiting. It's never just one little tiny sin. It's always like you see one fucking cockroach. It's never just one. There's always more than one cockroach. If you got termites, you've got a whole fucking infestation.
You kill one, you kill one cockroach, two more show up.
Well, it's not that they show up. It's that by the time you see, if you're seeing one cockroach, it's because there's hundreds of them already.
Oh, jeez.
They didn't mean to. They didn't mean. I live in New York. I know this shit.
I know.
They didn't mean to be in the area where they are. They've just taken up so much room in all the hidey holes.
You see one rat, there's
out.
thousands of them hiding.
Yes, exactly. It's never just one fucking thing. It's always this thing and that thing and all of the other ones too. That's why it's all the same, like all the kid fucking on top of everything else. It's never just, it's, you know, and they say, oh, well, it was just the one time and we were just playing strip poker. It's like, why were you playing strip poker with a fucking 11-year-old? Like, that whole thing was fucking weird.
Hey, if
these people are sick.
She's old enough to pee. She's old enough for me. You know what I'm saying?
Ugh.
He was abducted from his home, it turns out, and they said that he had permission to be there and he didn't, and the pedophile was the one who fabricated that, put words in his mouth and said this, that, and the other thing, and they were sharing a bed on the floor in an abandoned house that the dude fucking the sponsor was owning, and all this fucking degenerate horse shit.
I'd like to read this to you guys if you'd be willing to listen, and I'm going to preface it for you because I'm just assuming you have very little time put into this subject. So
yeah,
when I say the master, you can assume that to be Jesus Christ. Somebody who is fully congruent with Jesus Christ is somebody who would be the master. Somebody who is perfectly following the teachings of Jesus Christ. This is verse 38 of the Tao, and this is the one that refers to the fruit and the flower. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the way is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go.
I think I agree with most of that, but I'd probably have to take a hot minute to square.
What is the Dawa?
The Tao? Tao Te Ching?
Yeah,
it's like a philosophy or a lifestyle, set of living principles from ancient Eastern, like China and Japan. It's the basis of like Confucianism and Zen.
Oh, I see.
Is
it like from a book?
Yeah, it is.
It's a root of.
It's
a root of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. It's older than the three of them.
It's also, I believe, older than Jesus. I want to say it was around 400 BC when the Tao Te Ching was written in China. If I'm correct, somewhere around 400 BC. So it's interesting that, in essence, and I can expand upon any of that I just said, because that was a long verse, and I can pretty much anything that it said I can tie to Jesus. Like, I can imagine when I said, when the way is lost, there is goodness. You might have found some, you might not agree with that, but I can explain what that actually means.
All right. Are you going to do that?
Yeah, sure. So
okay,
when the way is lost, there is goodness. Okay, that would lead you to believe that there is no good unless you are not in the way. Being in the way would, in essence, be following the teachings of Christ. So if you're perfectly following the teachings of Christ, you're not doing it to be good. You're doing it because you're following the teachings of Christ. You're not, the goodness aspect of it that is not anything to do with it. You're doing it to do it. You don't need a reason. You don't need a reward to do the right thing. You're just doing it. When somebody is a perfect human being, they're doing the right thing. They're doing the good thing without implicitly doing it because of that. They are just doing it. They are exhibiting the teachings of Jesus Christ without making a conscious effort to do that.
Yeah, you're right. This does track. That's what we were saying, really, more or less.
Yeah. And so basically that whole stanza is breaking down how we have separated ourselves from the natural way of things, because that's in essence what the Tao is. I like to think of it as the Tao is the mother of the universe and God is the father of the universe. I don't know if that's a super accurate description of the way things are, but in my tiny monkey brain, it fits pretty good.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Another one is from the same verse earlier on. It says, "The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone." Does that make sense to you? Do you agree with that?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah. So I'll use Jesus as an example because I think that's easy given the context.
That's where we're at. Yeah.
So Jesus didn't do anything. He knew the plan ahead of time. He knew what needed to be done. And he simply followed along. He didn't go out of his way to do those things. That's what he wanted to do. He knew it. He knew the path. He followed the path without actively choosing to take that path. He just exhibited. He didn't have to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. He is Jesus Christ. He already exhibited them. He didn't have to do anything. He just existed as he was. And he didn't have to do any extra effort. The whole kit and caboodle of the Tao is effortless living, is to basically be in alignment with the good of things without having to put in effort yourself.
I think that mostly tracks. Yeah. I mean, it's weird being the son of God, I suppose, and trying to contextualize that, because that is just how it is, because he is what he is. That's I believe the Latin for that is ousios. It's the essence of a thing.
Yeah.
It might be Greek though. I always fuck those two up because I'm not like super big on linguistics.
The devil, for contrast, is another example. The devil does everything that he can. He does everything that he can to try and thwart the plans. And that's why he will be unsuccessful. Because you can't, if the river is such a strong current going down, no matter how hard you try and swim up, you're just not going to be able to. There's only a certain way that things flow. And that's the way that God made them. Is the way that God made things is the way they flow, and no matter how much you dislike it, that's the way it is, and you have to accept it. And so instead of struggling against the current, fighting it, you can instead go with the current, use no energy, and travel significantly faster by following the current, by following the way.
Right. Yeah. I talked to Smokey about this, and he's like, well, in context, like the Tao and how they line up, because every time you come in and talk about the Tao, it's in like comparison to something the Bible says or Jesus, etc. He's like, what he said to me was something along the lines of, well, anyone who's paying attention would have seen it before Christ came anyway.
Anyone that was paying attention would have seen it before Christ came anyway.
Yeah, it's not like if you like look at the world in a way where you're like actually observing the natural world on a regular basis, and you're actually thinking about it, because that's the problem with antiquity, is the further back you go, the less free time people have to think about shit, right? But if you had enough, if you, for whatever reason, you had enough free time and you were actually dedicated to sorting out the natural order of things and paying attention to how people behave and why, and like almost like a conspiracy theorist, but that's not exactly what I mean. You could have.
You have to go at it with an inquisitive mind.
Yeah, you could have figured it out, except for one partial piece, which would have been Jesus actually existing. You get as far as what he was going to say anyway, but without the sacrifice, which was the important component to winning the spiritual war in its totality. So that's basically what he said to me. So
it's just interesting to me that this was such a powerful way of life back then. I mean, I'd imagine it's still powerful in those Eastern countries, but definitely not as much as it was then. And they didn't have the motivating force of Jesus to push them in this direction. So the fact that they were able to come up with this, think back, this was over 2,000 years ago. They had the mental capacity to dissect the things that were going on around them, dissect the game that the world is, and come up with things that, for the most part, cannot really be refuted. Like, they might be esoteric and they might be hard to understand, but Jesus is hard to understand sometimes too.
Yeah, you know what's funny is, it kind of, when you're reading the New Testament and Jesus is speaking in parables, it seems like he's speaking in parables because he's trying to more easily relate a moral message or an idea to somebody, because people in those times related to each other through stories better than they did having like an outright explanation, because for some reason people are programmed to think in stories and not in direct meanings of things. Like, for example, if you have three objects, like a stump and a chair and a fucking, I don't know, a box, when you think about them, you think about them and what they have in common, and so far as what you can do with them. So it's something that you can sit on. So for whatever reason, the human mind thinks better in stories than it does in directly being told things. That's why Jesus speaks in parables. And for some people, being told directly was good, and for other people, being told in parables was better. And that's why they're both in there. And why some parts of the Bible are hard to understand, but others aren't. It's just sort of a reiteration in a different way for people who think differently.
So. It's definitely for different levels of people. And this is something that I'll ask you. It's a pretty obvious question, but I think it really, at least for me, nails home a very important point about this, which is when your child is learning to read, do you start them with Dr. Seuss? You're going to start them with Harry Potter? You're going to start them with the dictionary, maybe the Bible? What book out of those would you start your kid learning how to read? Probably The Cat in the Hat, right? Like Dr. Seuss.
Right.
That's because that's all they can handle at their level, at their age, at their experience. And subsequently, I'd wager to say that we are the infants and God is the full-grown adult. And I'd say that's not even, we're more like a fucking zygote or an individual sperm cell if God is an adult. We're leagues apart from what God is. But we are, even in this day and age, even the most wisest people are still but infants compared to God.
being a dad does help you understand the Bible a little bit better. And I like the analogy of teaching a child how to read, because when I teach my kid how to read, and he can read now, some, when I teach him to read, I teach him big concepts that I know he's not going to get, and then we break it down into the smaller parts, and then I say, okay, let's read this book. Like he's got it's a rainbow book. It goes through all the different colors, and there's like objects, and he associates the colors with objects, and like we really break it down. But I start with the big concept that's interesting that he doesn't understand yet, and then we break it down into the smaller parts, and this letter makes this sound, and when it's next to this letter it makes this sound. He gets frustrated too, and sometimes I have to stop and say, well, you know what, the English language doesn't really make that much sense. And I say to him, it's a bunch of different languages that are smushed together, and it's not really your fault, but you're going to have to learn to read sometime. And throughout the Bible, there's a lot of those father-son concepts that have really kind of cemented themselves in my life and in my mind, because I find that the Bible is, especially now as a dad, is far more relatable than it was before, because the whole relationship of God to humanity is very much a father-child relationship. Sometimes it's a husband-wife thing, but primarily it is our dynamic is the father-son relationship between one another as to us to our own biological children. So that's why I think maybe in my not old age, because I'm only 31, but older certainly, I'm starting to like grasp these concepts, because my brain is officially done developing as such. Right, it stops at like 26 or something, and but my understanding of the concepts that I have learned has deepened, simply because my relationship to the world has changed fundamentally by being in charge of another tiny human that I'm trying to help develop into his own independent human. So it's really neat. All of this is very neat and interesting.
I think you're doing a great job, by the way, being a father. If I do say so.
I appreciate you saying so. I appreciate that a lot. Sometimes I don't feel like it. Sometimes I feel like I'm making the same mistakes my parents made, dumb, obvious mistakes that I shouldn't be making, and I beat myself up a lot about it. Sometimes I feel like I go too far, and sometimes I don't feel like I go far enough. Like nothing arising to the occasion of like abuse or anything. I just mean like sometimes I feel like I yell more than I should. But it's like sometimes with a kid, when they're like doing something dangerous, or something that could potentially manifest as a physical, like mortal danger, you kind of have to get a little hands-on with the situation. And because I have to reinforce, like, don't stick a fork in a light socket. Because kids just do that kind of shit because they want to know how stuff works. And like I said, sometimes explaining in direct, plain English isn't enough. You have to, like, use an analogy for some reason that works better. So I think that's pretty much how the Bible operates. So I'm on that level now, I think.
Nice.
As far as that is.
I have
no, Guru Lady, it doesn't come with a manual, but you know what? Yeah, some of these fucking, have you seen some of these fucking parents out in public with their children? I'm sure you have, Ray.
A face in the iPad for the kid?
Yeah, well, not only that, but the drooling little window lickers can't behave to save their lives. Like, I have a 3-year-old, he has temper tantrums, but when my son is having a temper tantrum in a fucking store, it seemed pretty obvious to me that telling him to stop having that emotion wasn't going to stop him from having the emotion. So I do the opposite. I say, okay, let's go somewhere where it's appropriate and let's have this emotion. And I encourage him to have the emotion until it passes and he gets control of himself. That's how we do it.
I think my aunt used to take me back, like if we were in the supermarket, she'd take me back out to the car and she'd say, okay, go ahead, let it out.
Yeah, that is what you're supposed to do. And, you know, it's not obvious the first time that a kid has a full-on meltdown in the middle of fucking Target. But after a second or third time, if you haven't figured that out, you fucked up.
Yeah.
And if you can't figure it out after the fifth or sixth time, God help you. Because if they keep doing like all the bad behaviors that will manifest as pathological behavior later on in life and persist into adulthood, all of that shit has to be weeded out by the time they're 4 years old. Kicking, hitting, biting, stealing, lying, those sorts of things.
Well, they're downloading everything that you, every way that you treat them, every way that you react to something, they're downloading that and they're going to add that to their tool belt.
Yeah, they do. And they know, they know the first thing a kid knows how to do, the first big concept that they get is how to manipulate their parents, and not just manipulate their parents. And this is what ends relationships, by the way. This is what ends marriages. They learn how to manipulate their parents against one another.
Yeah.
He's done that, and it wasn't malicious. It was just him, like, testing the controls. I get it. I'm not mad at him, and I don't blame him. But yeah, it's like you just have to understand that a kid is like
they're like a master salesman.
Yeah, and that kid does not have a manual for his own consciousness or body. He is just figuring shit out by trial and error and watching other people. And I can't imagine what it's like for him at that age. I don't remember it because I'm so far removed from him. But I can't imagine what it's like for him trying to, like, he's having emotions that he's never had before, and they get more complex the older he gets, and his body is like changing. It's pretty soon he's going to be going through growth spurts. He's going to be in pain that he can't explain. You know, your fucking teeth fall out, your eyeballs fucking change and whatever. Like, it's,
yeah.
And one day you just wake up in consciousness for no reason. What the fuck is that about?
Yeah, it's something, man.
It's scary for him. It's scary for him. And it's hard to explain to other adults because we're so far away from that child state. But like when I spend a shitload of time with my kid, it doesn't matter how fucking tired I am or how many hours I work or how much I don't want to fucking, go downstairs and do the spelling lesson and do the math lesson and do the fucking the critical thinking skills lessons and all that shit. I still fucking do it because it's not about me. It's just not. It never will be. It's as soon as he was born, it stopped being about me and my wife and started being about him. And if you're not willing to make that sacrifice, you're not worthy of it. And Christ actually says something similar in a different way. It goes something like, he who loves a mother and father or brother and sister more than me is not worthy of me. And like, Christ is the son to God, and we are to our children as the parents. And it's like, you just can't fucking be a parent if you think it's gonna be about you. If it was about you when you were the child, you are
you're forcing that kid to live. So it's your responsibility to make sure that at least their life they don't kill themselves,
Well, not just that, but you want your kid, ideally, if you're an actual parent, you want your kid to thrive, right?
Yeah, you want them to be better than you.
Yes, I want my kid to be better than me at everything all the time. Now, will he be? Probably not everything. Eventually I'll be old and feeble and he'll just by default. But I mean, like, oh my God, I can't wait for the day where we're playing a game and he whoops my ass. I can't wait.
I might actually have a challenge at Yu-Gi-Oh when I go over there. Because against you, it's no challenge. 12 wins last time, 0 losses. Give me random cards. I
bro?
let you edit. I let you go through like 500 cards to build your deck, and I still whooped you.
Yeah,
Oh, I was so happy.
yeah.
I was so happy when you're like,
I
"Hey, do
beat
you want to edit your deck?" And I'm like, "Nah, man. You can have my extra cards too. Have at it. Here, these might be good. You
I
might
was
like
looking.
these."
I was looking through the stuff, and I was like, I don't even know what I could have done differently. I have no fucking idea what was going on with your deck. It was crazy.
Yeah, I don't even.
But I did beat your deck destroyer. I beat your deck destroyer with my Blue Eyes deck, and that made me happy.
Yeah.
I've only
I
been
have
trying to do that for fucking 10 years.
I have another one to read to you. It kind of ties into the one I read earlier. And I think this will, yeah. So this is verse 8.
I probably should go to bed. I probably should go to bed soon-ish because first of all, I have things to do tomorrow eventually. And second of all, I have been up since, I want to say 5 p.m. Not yesterday because it's 12:30 in the morning, but the day before. So it's been well over 24 hours.
Well, if you would like, I want to read this and hear your thoughts on it. And then if you wanted to, I have a 12-minute clip we can watch. It'll give you some laughs. If you don't, if that's too much, it's fine too. I was saving stuff
Let's see where
in the
we're at.
backlog.
I don't know if I'll do the whole 12, but we can definitely do some of it. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is verse 8, and it says, "The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you." And that's the end. Mainly, it was the first verse, which is the supreme good is like water.
It reminds me of Psalms 139, 7 through 10. I was trying to remember what the verse was. That's what I was looking up. If I go up into the heavens, I skipped a bit, but I'm going to paraphrase because I want to get to this video. If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there. If I rise on wings of dawn, if I settle on the far side of the sea, even there your hand will guide me. Your right hand will hold me fast.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
It also, that verse makes me think when he says it's content with the low places that people disdain. And there's a couple of times where like Jesus is at somebody's house and the whore is like rubbing anointing oil on his feet. And everybody's giving the whore a hard time for touching Jesus, but he was fine with it. This person that's an outcast.
We did talk about that. Yeah, we did talk about a similar thing with the hemorrhaging woman. That was a similar situation. Yeah.
And I know there's a time where he goes to get water from a well from a woman who was I don't remember her fucking nationality, but it wasn't
she was a Samaritan, I think.
Yeah. And she's like asking, "Oh, you know, why do you want to drink this dirty water from a dirty Samaritan?" And he's like, "No." So basically what I'm trying to say is like even the most despicable people that like this is the crux of the issue to me. Even the most despicable people, you need to understand that they have a role to play in this world. And I just feel pity for them. It's just, you help them if you can. Obviously, you know, lead the horse to the water. You can't make them drink, but that's their choice.
I think Samaritans were just Semites, like Jews that only took like the first 5 books of the Bible.
I see.
Yeah, so I think that is why Samaritans. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much. They were still like an outcast of society at that time, to some degree.
All right, let's watch some fucking memes. I'm in for a laugh. I'm not used to like having deep philosophical conversations on Wednesday. I mostly use this show to just unwind and goof on people because fuck it, why not? And it's fun.
Well,
so,
there's.
It's not that I didn't enjoy this. It's just that I could use a little levity right about now.
Yeah. So in this video, I got you the timestamp. There's 12 minutes for this first girl that he interviews, and then later on, if you want to, there's another interview there where he roasts the guy pretty hard too, but we don't have to do that.
All right.
Tonight, as you've doubtless seen on the news everywhere, a member of the tolerant left screamed at Ivanka Trump and her family, including her young kids, on a JetBlue flight yesterday. The man, who was a lawyer from Brooklyn, berated her about...
Ivanka flew JetBlue?
This is a while ago. This is years ago.
Oh, okay.
Her father before being kicked off the flight.
I think this was right after 2016.
Even a lot of liberals thought his behavior went way too far, but not all of them thought that. Some of them thought it was justified, and that would include our next guest. She's Lauren Duca. She's a journalist, and she tweeted this earlier today. Ivanka Trump is poised to become the most powerful woman in the world. Don't let her off the hook just because she looks like she smells good. Lauren Duca joins us. Now, Lauren, thanks for coming on.
Most powerful woman in the world? Isn't that Melania? She was the... Does she not know who Ivanka is?
Just wait. You'll enjoy this, I think.
Okay.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
So I think, of course, it goes without saying that it's valid that you disagree with Trump and you have your own set of political views, and perhaps you disagree with Ivanka Trump. I wonder, though, screaming at a mom and her kids on an airplane seems like a violation of privacy and decency and good manners, and it raises the question, what are the venues where you shouldn't scream your political views at people? Would a funeral be out of bounds? Church? Her son's bris? Like, what are the rules on that?
Oh, at a bris. Yeah, well, I think what is a nonpartisan issue is that air travel is horrific, and I don't think anybody should be enduring confrontations in the air, be it Ivanka Trump with her children or just any other human being in a tin can and feeling dehydrated.
Right.
And I think that the fact that she is with her children is significant. And I do also think that, you know, a mother in public who's a public figure.
I feel like Thigh Height hurt herself in confusion.
Oh yeah, dude. She came into the fight dizzy.
It kind of seems like that's what the fuck's happening. So yeah, everything you just said is 100% true, and I don't even know why I'm here. What?
Oh, it gets better, let me tell you.
You know, there are certain levels of decorum that we should be thinking about. At the same time, she does have an incredibly powerful position, and she's not just a mother. She is a powerful, powerful woman who's connected very closely to the president-elect, not just as his daughter, but in many ways as a business confidant and advisor.
Pause this for a second.
I think that
I'm going to teach you something about speech that people, well, I didn't know this for a long time, but when somebody makes a statement and then they say "but" in the middle, it completely it gets negated. It gets everything in front of the "but" gets negated.
I knew that one, yeah.
And I only say that because she's going to use that quite a few times.
Yeah.
We haven't quite been able to define what all those roles mean. So while I don't want anyone being yelled at on a plane. I don't want anyone yelling at me on a plane. I don't want to yell at anyone on a plane. But I think that, you know, Ivanka's incredibly compelling brand and presence and role as a mother and successful woman, those are interesting and attractive elements of her brand. But I don't know that, you know, where do those protections end to? Kind of would ask you the same question as
on an airplane. That's not at all what your tweet suggested. In addition to the one that we just read, you put, I think we can put it on the screen.
My tweet didn't talk about the plane at all, actually. So what are you referring to?
Well, it was within the look, Ivanka Trump was in the news because she was screamed at on the airplane, and you say, don't let her off the hook. And then you go on to say in another tweet, Ivanka has it all, and by that I mean a job, a family, and sinister complicity in aiding the most aggressively anti-woman candidate of our time.
Yes.
Sinister complicity. She's his daughter. What is that?
She was a surrogate frequently throughout, represented him in terms of women's issues. She had
Isn't she pretty
repeated
liberal on women's
interviews,
issues?
and she did speeches on his.
Yeah, I think this might actually be a decent point for her for a hot minute, because Mary Trump, the sister, or was it the sister or the niece? I think it's the niece of Donald Trump. It's very anti-Donald Trump. So maybe there's a point in there somewhere, but she's not really making it that well.
No, she's not smart enough.
No, not really. Well, she has ovaries.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a disqualifying enough fact.
Well, she just looks like she just sucks a dick every night. Like, honestly.
Yeah. What did Kat say? Not even. I said you're a dumb cocksucker. You don't even know how to do it right. You use your teeth. That looks like that applies to this woman a little bit more than you. Anyway, here we go.
His behalf, where she represented a platform of women's empowerment, and in terms of having it all, I think she's an incredibly successful, brilliant woman. The fact that she was able to balance him out on these issues, where he has talked about defunding Planned Parenthood and being against abortion, and these.
You can only really do it all if you have two parents, because there's no way. I just, speaking from somebody from a position of like having a kid, if I didn't have my wife, at least some of the time, I would probably not be as a well-adapted parent as I am. Because you need a fucking break every once in a while. It's just the way it is.
Typically liberal women's issues that she sort of is a cushion for. I think we need to investigate those things a little more critically, a little more rigorously, and not be blinded by the fact that she looks like she smells like vanilla.
Okay, she looks like she smells like vanilla. I mean, who's objectifying women here? I wouldn't say that.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
No, I'm actually asking a serious question.
My point is she's a beautiful, gorgeous
I don't care what she
force
looks
of
like
nature.
or smells like. I mean, what?
Oh my God, suck her dick a little harder, would you?
What exactly do you disagree
honey.
with her on specifically?
Oh my goodness. I'm
Finger in the ass, something like that.
saying that she is incredibly welcoming. She's gorgeous and smart. I mean, she's
looking for a
She's
job.
giving her
That's
the
why
old
she's saying this.
bro. She's giving her the hawk to like
Oh, yeah.
no cap, as the kids say. She's what, the Sigma?
in a lot of ways, many elements of her persona are, admirable and something to look up to, is what it, is a joke.
Okay, but you said that she is sinister. She has sinister complicity in
Yes,
aiding
I
the most.
absolutely believe that.
Okay,
I'm not backing down from that at all.
So it's sinister for a daughter to support her father's presidential campaign because you don't like her father?
It's sinister.
Yeah, what a bitch.
For her daughter to capitalize on the power of feminism and uniting women and empowering women while supporting a candidate who is the most anti-woman candidate this country has seen in decades.
You're right. You know what she should have done? She should have called her dad a faggot and then spit in his fucking face and took a dump in his fucking handbag. That's what she should have done. That's what she should have done, right?
Ripped off his toupee.
No. Oh, nobody ever did that ever? Of all the things that ever happened, that happened the least? Oh, okay.
What does that even mean? Like, why don't you tell? I mean, she's anti-woman because he wants to defund Planned Parenthood.
I'm sorry, is that what I said? I think my earpiece might not be working, because that is most certainly not what I said.
Okay. She's guilty because he's anti-woman. She's complicit in his, quote, anti-woman positions.
To continue to stump and support his positions.
But it's her dad.
You know what they say, like father, like water-headed idiot. He's fucking.
I mean, I don't understand. So I guess the point I'm making is you're drawing this kind of world where everyone who's not on your side is evil and
that's
is,
not what I
as
said,
you put
even
it,
remotely.
fair game.
That's
well,
not
actually,
what
it
I
is what
said.
you said.
Tucker,
you said she's fair
that's
game,
not what
even
I
though
said.
she smells good.
Tucker, I did not say anybody who disagrees with me is evil.
This woman talks to people like a kindergarten teacher who's trying to like correct a child who got out of line. Like, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, is my earpiece working?
Tucker, it's nap time. It's time for everyone. All the other kids are down for a nap. You need to be napping. No,
Then I'm going to ask you again. What do you disagree with that she has said? What position that she holds do you disagree with?
I disagree with.
Bro, just want to let you know you missed the first 3 hours of the stream. We already beat you to this, but thank you.
Her providing a surrogacy for her father based on an empowerment of women, when that is an inherent disconnect between his campaign and her beliefs.
You agree with her, but because she supported her dad, she's somehow fair game.
I did not say I precisely align with her.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're not,
what that she believes,
Tucker,
don't you believe?
You're not trying to agree with what I'm saying. You're shouting over me every time I speak. It's incredibly unprofessional.
I'm asking you a simple question.
You're not.
Which is,
You're
why
actually
is
being
she
a partisan
fair game?
hack who is just attacking me
Oh,
ad
I'm being a
nauseum and
partisan
not
hack.
even allowing me to speak.
Well,
You know what I'm hearing right now? I'm hearing dun 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 dun. The fucking. You remember in Pokemon Red version when you got the HP down to like fucking red?
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. The fucking. Oh my god.
Tucker, I think we agree here. I think we agree here, right?
No, I don't think we do.
We both agree
Lauren.
that she didn't
I think
deserve
it's
to be
appalling
attacked.
that some guy yelled at her on an airplane, and you're
And
saying
I said
she's
that no
fair
one.
game.
I very clearly and calmly said that no one deserves to be yelled at on a plane. I don't want to be yelled. I don't want to yell at you on a plane. I'll yell at you here, but
You're
not
saying
on a
that
plane.
to me because I'm confronting you about it, but on Twitter, on your Twitter feed, where you scream "F you, Donald Trump," "Eat feces, Donald Trump," all this kind of.
Wait, what?
I can't say the word you used, as you well know.
I
want to get to a piece.
feces Donald Trump. That's what I said.
You said "eat," in effect, human feces on Twitter.
Tucker,
I can't,
Tucker, you are talking at this trivial, mundane level of argument.
Okay.
We're agreeing.
Let me.
Tucker, can I ask you?
And tweeting "eat shit, Donald Trump" isn't true. Well, shut the fuck up. You know, I'd say get back in the kitchen, but I wouldn't trust you around open flames or sharp objects. Probably end up hurting yourself.
Question, Tucker, can
Let
I
me
please?
ask you
No,
to
I'd like to
account
ask
for
you a
something
question.
that you wrote.
No, Tucker.
And in Teen
do
Vogue.
you or do you not agree that we deserve, as the American people, a level of transparency in terms of Ivanka's role? I think we need to take her seriously and that she's a positive role model
Look,
and
Lauren, the
admirable in
point
a lot of
is,
ways, but that she still requires transparency.
She's
in
flying with her
what
kids on
she
an
represents
airplane,
in
and you
terms of
shouldn't
having a
bark at
government
people you
position
disagree-
or
Look,
being a
I agree with
businesswoman or
that.
being a mother.
Okay.
So we do agree.
I agree that anyone who's making decisions about how the federal government runs should have to answer questions about
Absolutely.
those decisions. Okay. I don't think you should hassle people because you disagree with them in public.
And I
period.
didn't say you should. So we do.
here's
Tucker, hey, we agree.
We agree.
Yeah, we agree now. Now, when you were tweeting, when you were on fucking Twitter saying that shit, you were heavily implying that this was fine. But now that you're being confronted, it's like, well, how do I spin this bullshit into threads of gold? How do I Rumpelstiltskin my way out of this fucking predicament? I know. I'll pretend like what I'm saying is what he's saying, and then I'll gaslight him, and I'll make him drink the Kool-Aid. And oh, he's not drinking it. Oh, he was wearing a gas mask. Oh, he could see right through me. Oh, okay.
Here is your description of the Trump administration. You wrote this piece in Teen Vogue, which I guess you write for.
Oh, Jesus. You hit her with the Teen Vogue.
Oh, I was waiting for this
You
moment.
guess I write for? Yes, that's not fake news. That's real news. I write for you. Guess.
That's real news. Yeah, because you know where most Americans go to get their hard-hitting journalistic integrity? They go to Teen Vogue. Biggest fucking okay.
Oh, you guess, Tucker? You guess? That's
She even, you know what? This makes a lot of sense. She writes for Teen Vogue and she talks like an overprivileged white teen girl.
Oh, she's got all the gossip at Starbucks in the morning.
She's
and she
got.
gets
I
her
gotta turn my
venti
camera
mocha.
on. I have to turn my camera on for this so you can really get the full effect. She talks like this. Oh, I guess. Oh, you guess. Oh, is that what it is? Am I doing Naruto fucking hand signs?
Oh my god.
Fucking retard.
really
I haven't read Teen Vogue because I'm not a Teen Vogue. reader.
I'm getting tired, but I'm not. But you know what really keeps me going when I'm getting tired? Coffee brand coffee. You knew it. It's there's a link in the description. Do you know that, right?
Oh yeah, I heard about the link in the description. I heard it even gives you a percentage off.
15, as a matter of fact, with the link and the code.
Hell yeah.
Give you a full 15. And why would Jeremy lie about that? And furthermore, ethically sourced directly from places like Cambodia, Colombia.
I even heard that
Ethiopia.
Jeremy doesn't even yell at people on airplanes, even if he disagrees with their political beliefs.
He absolutely never. I'm not even sure he ever been on an airplane. That's the kind of guy he is. He doesn't even go on them.
No, horse and
Just out of
buggy for him.
courtesy. Yep, just out of courtesy for other people who actually need to use airplanes. He drives. He even does the speed limit. What a guy. Coffee
Yeah,
Break
right.
Coffee. Link in the description. Go
You
get
might
you
even
some.
get access to his Stargate if you use the link in the description.
That's true. And his OnlyFans. Moving on.
Yep.
Have in front of your producers asked me if I wrote for Teen Vogue. You have my Teen Vogue article in front of you. My name is Lauren Duca, and I write for Teen Vogue.
Well, got it. Here's what you.
What is it? Was it Journalist Anonymous? Hi, my name is impronounceable Italian name, and I write for Teen Vogue.
Okay. The road ahead is a treacherous one. There are
she just dropped the Zenzu. We're back
yeah.
in. This is like the Cell games all over again.
Yep, Vegeta just let Cell absorb fucking 18, dude.
Yeah, here we go.
Unprecedented amounts of ugliness to.
Is Tucker Carlson gonna tag out for his underage son or something here?
We'll find out.
No, that's all right, Tucker Jr. You can handle this. But I've never been in a serious fight before. Yeah, it's fine.
Untangle from deciding whether our president can be an admitted sexual predator to figuring out how to stop him from threatening the sovereignty.
That's libel.
Of an entire religion.
Yes.
What does it mean to threaten the sovereignty of religion? What does that even mean?
That means an entire agenda, a platform based on banning Muslims, which is still available on his website.
How does that threaten the sovereignty?
Well, it's just kind of a happy accident that all the countries that do all the terrorism also happen to be Islamic. Fundamentally, you might say.
That's Islamophobic, man. The Islams are good people, man. They would never commit acts of terror in the name of Sharia law. Never.
Yeah.
My aorta.
Yeah. My aorta is severed. How do you know that specifically? I can't answer. Dying.
My virgins.
That's moronic, Lauren.
Oh, were you saying something?
Oh, I was just gonna say my virgins. Now I get to get them. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. How creepy is that, by the way?
Yeah.
You know what really gets me off? Virgins, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean.
I think anything more than one woman at a time, and you're just gonna use a lot of energy. I think you're gonna get tired out pretty quick.
It's about the same as one woman, except for everyone's. Nah, it doesn't matter. Let's keep moving on. I don't want to get myself in trouble.
And you're a writer. How does that threaten the sovereignty of it? Pardon me for taking your words literally.
Sorry, how does what threaten the sovereignty of it? Threatening to ban Muslims?
That threatens the sovereignty of it?
Yes, that completely that profiles.
I don't think you know what the word sovereignty means. I really don't, but that's okay. Somebody should get this bitch on the Whatever podcast. I'm sure she would ask that cannon fodder.
Of religion and reduces people to their beliefs and dictates what they can and cannot publicly believe.
I'll tell you what Muslims reduce themselves to mostly. Ashes.
Yeah. Clouds of dust. Explosions.
Something like that.
And threaten the sovereignty of it. So you also accused him on Chelsea Handler's show of, quote, committing a form of psychological abuse that makes the victim feel like they're crazy. Does Trump make you feel like you're crazy? That's the impression I'm getting.
How moist do you think she is right now?
Look at her face. That tells you.
She looks like she's into this, to be honest. She's
Oh yeah,
a lot of laughing.
She would be bouncing on Tucker's lap at the end of this show. I'll tell you what.
No, he's bros before hoes, right? He's except no thoughts.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, are you calling me crazy? That's adorable.
I'm asking you. You said on Chelsea Handler he's committing psychological abuse on you. You believe that?
On the American people. I believe the American people, Trump supporters, Hillary supporters.
Right, because he's a psychic demonic vampire from another. Oh, wait, that's Hillary? Oh, she smells like sulfur? Oh, that's documented? Oh, okay.
Jill Stein and her cousin are in a victim of Trump's gaslighting. What I mean by that is that he frequently contradicts objectives.
Oh my God, Jill Stein is the biggest fucking political joke in this entire goddamn country.
I just like that she brought up Jill Stein as some form of this argument. Like, who the fuck? Nobody cares about Jill Stein.
She's the perennial also ran of every goddamn federal election. She's got to be like 100 years old by now. She's been running since fucking Reagan was in diapers. Jill Stein. Who the fuck? Nobody gives a fuck. She runs as the Green Party. She's a Jew who hates Israel. Also, does that not tell you enough? It's
the second coming of Pocahontas.
Certain things about it and how it's ran. She just doesn't want it to exist. That's fucked up.
Evidence, not that he is abusing me personally. And I think you're smart enough to know that, aren't you, Tucker?
I don't know. I just take your words at face value.
So did you read the entire article?
I don't know. You said something and I just assumed that you weren't bullshitting, but I guess you just don't know how to stop lying. I guess that's what you're saying, right?
I also read Liam Payne is 100% certain One Direction will continue. Adriana Grande rocked the most epic thigh-high boots at Jingle Bell, and Black China and Rob Kardashian went through the messiest breakup of 2016. Those are your other pieces. But I'm trying.
She would later go on to write one of the more famous pieces in the Washington Post, Joe Biden's favorite flavor of ice cream. That was a very hard-hitting journalistic piece, and we were all better off for it. Choco chocolate chip. So if they don't have that, Rocky Road, good enough.
Trying to get to what you're writing about Trump taking a break from the thigh-high boots and ask what you mean about him committing psychological abuse on you.
I like how he called her Adriana Grande. It was very boomerific of him, but I still appreciate him not giving her the dignity of pronouncing your stupid fucking fake name right.
A woman can love Ariana Grande and her thigh-high boots and still
just letting you know that I read you in Teen Vogue as of today.
I beg to differ, honey. I really do.
And those things are not mutually exclusive. You know,
they kind of are. If your belief system or your opinions are as vapid as that sort of shit, if that's really what you're into. Not only that, she writes for Teen Vogue. She writes for teenage girls. Teenage girls do not give a fuck about politics. Not now, not 500 years ago, not 5 minutes ago, not 50 years ago, not 5,000 years ago, not 5 millennia. Never once in human civilization has a teenage girl ever been compelled to give a fuck about politics, unless it's lunchroom politics.
Yeah, like Stacy sucking off the football team.
Yeah, did you hear what Veronica did?
Yep, she took it in the ass, right behind the bleacher.
Worse, sex change operation.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, she's Vernon now.
Yeah, well, now she can go in the boys' bathroom and masturbate to the boys.
Yeah. Now she's getting dicked down by every boy all the time. That's where the dick came from. See how I brought it full circle there?
Yeah.
Yep. She's getting fucked in the ass with her fake wiener. Anyway.
Vogue. We treat young women like they don't have a right to a political conversation.
I apologize to my stepfather. I can't get into details on why, but I have sinned.
Conversation.
Dumb
and you can't be, enjoy Kylie Jenner's Instagram and worry about the future of this country. And those things are not mutually exclusive. So you know what? I did write about Ariana Grande, and I did write about the abusive, bigoted,
those pieces were a little smarter.
She's getting defensive because even she knows she couldn't hack it as a real journalist. That's why she's getting upset about this.
Yep.
She couldn't just leave it at a one-sentence response.
Your piece about threatening the sovereignty of a whole religion. All right, I got to go. You should stick to the thigh-high boots. You're better at that. Lauren, thanks for joining us.
Fatality.
President, you're about to call him an asshole? Let's roll that back a second.
Boots.
Look at her face.
Lauren, thanks for joining us.
I think he called him an asshole. One more time. Let's hear that. Why don't we go?
Thigh-high boots.
Hold on, where's the fucking?
It's the gear. Just slow it down.
Slow motion, instant replay.
Playback speed. Playback speed.
You're better at that. Lauren, thanks for joining us.
Fatality.
She definitely called him something.
Maybe like a nasty man. I don't know.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what I'd guess.
Like a play off of Trump's. You're a nasty woman. Anyway.
If you would like to skip forward a minute, and he gets another guy pretty good too.
I kind of have to go to bed.
Right.
I'm exhausted. I'm literally like starting to fall asleep here in my chair, and that's why the camera's off.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, I've been shit. I don't know how long it's been since I fucking closed my eyes for a prolonged period of time. I had a very hard week. I have a very hard week, and I'm glad that I made the most of tonight being here with you guys, talking about what we talked about. You're right. I wish we hadn't wasted so much time on praise. It really wasn't worth it. I understand that everybody kind of had an emotion they had to get out. They've been sitting on stuff.
Yeah, that's why I didn't really say anything, because I was thinking about it pretty early on of just like interrupting it. And
I told people to not interact with him and not do this and not do that. And then people were just starting to get angry at each other. And there was a little bit like arguing. I was like, well, then let's just have a moment to just have whatever you feel however it is you need to feel. And then maybe we can move on.
Yeah. I also I thought it was important that I said what I said about it as well, because that would have been used against everybody.
I agree. Yeah.
So if I said it, it stops them from being able to use it, because that's exactly it. To be honest, if I was in the other camp, that's what I would have brought up immediately. Like, I think the guy's name was Quentin or Q or whatever. He was just getting way too emotional over it, and it was understandable. I understand why he was getting emotional about it, but that just, you're not in control. When your emotions are running rampant, you're not in control, and you need to be in control.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't agree more. I mean, it's like everything that I said tonight has been somehow connected to something else that I said in less than a tangential way. And I think that a lot of this communication. Why is my phone restarting? That's fucking retarded. Anyway, a lot of this communication has been more effective when you contextualize it through the lens of a greater overarching narrative. And again, that's how the Bible works. It always goes back to that, though, doesn't it? It always comes back around to, hey, remember that fucking book?
Yeah.
It's really how it is.
It's that fucking tree, the tree bark, and we scribe some fucking lines on it and then make out monkey words.
Yeah. I think a lot of people like to pick out minutia in the Bible and be like, mustard seed doesn't grow into a tree, it grows into a fucking yellow flower, dumb cocksucker. That was the point. The point is, through faith, a mustard seed can turn into a tree. That's the point. People miss stuff. People, you're saying that the bats are unclean birds? No, you dumb cocksucker. It's not a science textbook. It's a fucking philosophical and religious text that reveals a greater truth and reality than just the physical. And you're looking for well, how do we calculate how do I calculate the quantum chromodynamic gauge invariant Lagrangian without a fucking solving for X or whatever? And I'm just like, you really think that's what the Bible is for? Does it seem like that's what it's for? No? Oh, you're a dumb bastard? Oh, you're going to hell? Oh, I don't care? Oh, okay. So.
Yeah, I think it really boils down to if you aren't raising questions after reading the Bible, I don't think you're doing it right. At least in your initial read-throughs of it. I think, for me at least, I got a lot of questions when I first read it. I was really curious about what things meant, what was the purpose, what was the intent behind the verbiage and the phrasing, and what does it actually mean? Like, I think if you, to be completely honest with you, I think you could spend 10 lifetimes studying the Bible and you wouldn't fully grasp it to the level that God intended. I don't know if that's possible.
You just need enough to get in the door, and that's in there.
Well, all I'm saying is that there's only so much knowledge that you can have, and it's not all the knowledge. So to make an assumption that you are to make an assertion that you are that you know the truth, you know what's right and what's wrong, and no matter what anybody else says, that's the way it is. That seems a little foolish. I feel like it's very important to always be open to different points of view, to different solutions to answers. because you might find that there's a better solution in a place that you haven't looked before. Not to say that the word of Jesus or the Bible is incorrect. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that things can get revealed to you in different ways that you might not have had revealed to you previously.
The thing about the Bible is like the overall utility of it is like, would you rather go into the middle of the fucking woods, like airdropped in with a map and some resources, or would you just like to free ball it and try to make shit out of sticks and work your way up the wood like it's fucking, or make your way up the rock like it's fucking Minecraft? Like, what do you want? Like, how hard do you want to make your existence here on Earth? How much more difficult does it really need to be? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're gonna be cannibalizing people in a fucking week. You don't know how to fucking use a spear or a fucking bow and arrow or whatever. It's like, do you want to equip yourself with the tools that you need to succeed? Or would you just like to stand around there with your thumb up your ass like a fucking Egypt because it feels good when you wiggle it right? Like, come the fuck on.
Well, I think also something you just made me think about is the Lord of the Flies. What human beings will devolve into without a moral guideline, a good moral guideline of what humans will naturally degrade into this basically cannibalistic society.
I think that humans are calibrated to know what the right thing and the wrong thing are in their heart of hearts, and they choose to ignore it because the flesh is strong. I mean, it's not as strong as the spirit, but when there's no guidance, when there's nothing telling you like, hey,
the flesh is more apparent than the spirit. That's what it boils down to. It's hard to see that acts of spirit, of good spirit, brought into the physical realm. It's not so obvious as if I cut down a tree or whatever. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not as important. In fact, like, I could have very well, this entire time we've been on this stream, I made a conscious effort to essentially influence positively almost the entire time that I've been speaking. And I could have very well just taken this whole thing casually, let everything go on, not said anything about the praise situation, allowed you guys to continue to degrade and waste energy. But I just understood that it was an opportunity of power.
It's like you were saying about the river. It was just better to just let it happen. I could have fought against that. I could have told everybody to shut up. They probably would have. But I feel like that probably would have caused more problems. So I just let it go. Everybody get to say what they want to say. Everybody feels better. We can move on. We could actually do the work that we want to do here, that we're supposed to be doing, and get on with improving the situation that is the human condition, because that's really what it's all about.
That's what I think, for sure. And I think that when we watched the Reagan clip and he brought up that soldier, Martin Treptow, I think if more of us could adopt that philosophy of the weight of the world is on my shoulders alone, I think we'd be significantly more capable. Now, the weight of the world is not on your shoulders, and you cannot do it all alone. Personally, I thought I could. I tried to absolutely take everything on by myself, and I basically broke myself in two. I failed because I tried to do it all on my own. And I realized that our purpose is not to do it all on our own. Our purpose is to do everything that we can and then bequeath the rest to the future generations. And bonus points if you know where that quote is from.
Right.
That quote is from Hashirama to Madara at the end of Naruto.
Oh, Christ.
But it's factually true. That is what our purpose is to do all that we can while we're here, and then bequeath the rest to the future generations.
I think that's a good place to leave it off. Ray, thank you for being here. I want to thank everybody in chat who showed up. Smokey, Quentin, Jared, Boki
was there.
Boki? Yeah, Boki was there. And somebody just came in. I am literally packing. There we go. Now, let's believe on the Lord Jesus Christ. It's this guy right here. And I am simply taking off because I am tired and I need sleep. My phone apparently shut itself off and is not restarting properly, so I'll need to do something about that before I go to bed. But then after that, I'm going to bed.
Yep.
I'm not sure why it randomly restarted. Just did. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, Ray.
Yeah, I'll probably talk to you tomorrow on text on Discord.
All right, bro.
All right. Take care.